に行くわけじゃない。あれが本当に生きてるかどうか確かめに行くんだ。
sometimes and you leave the theater like with that feeling like, fuck, I missed it already, and you want to like watch it again.
Wish I was in it.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Wither away in that comfortable place where I stay. Barely awake as I sleepwalk my way through the day.
They say, ain't no thing but a chicken wing. However, the sovereign state of Vagandia doesn't recognize your chickeny foolishness. 22 is a special number though. See half of 9/11 as 11. 2 times 11 is 22. Thusly 22 is the secret 9/11 number. Big thanks. Vegans did 9/11? Many are saying this. Evidence? Those planes weren't made of meat. Anyway, gasoline is an animal product. It's the juice of dinosaur ghosts, if ye feel me.
For the convo, I'm up in my head, I'm in space. Floating alone, it's the one place I feel incredibly unsafe. This heavy heart that beats in me will weigh me down a full 6 feet. If not these 750 milliliters, one for each of the secrets that I keep. Could you turn it down? Turn it down. It's all too loud. June turned me into a shell. Inhale, God. 6 year exhale. Left a residual self. Scraps of compassion. Missing in action. No care for the convo. I'm in space. Floating alone, incredibly unsafe.
Anyway, I truly feel that oh, keep going. Anyway. Do I miss you or a memory? Someone or something I couldn't call it. Is it your smile in the morning? Or just the prime of our 20s? I shouldn't bother. I'm just searching for a feeling, and maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between where we met and where we left it. Almost as if every passing bird lies directly through our shadow. I really shouldn't. And where you at now? Did you save the 10,000? Did you find got any new friends? Did you find a new man yet? Does he treat you special? I hope he treats you better than I did. In a hoodie, in a backyard somewhere, we were talking, and your eyes all sparkly, got me nervous, not a clue as to what it would be. Now you're leaving, few years flew past you, and you worry, didn't quite work out just like you wanted. Now packing your things in your car, and I'm still searching for that feeling. And maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between two moments I described it. And now that another bird has passed, I'm stuck thinking not of her but of you. I couldn't help it.
Okay, don't move my soul. Back. Oh. Still gonna buy it, or just have a glass of peanut butter?
Oh, yeah, he said we could. Give me a glass, bitch. This looks so awesome. Oh my god. I love you, Grandma. Look, this is amazing. Put your fucking hands.
Okay.
Meter low, hanging low. I'm on empty, headed home. I'll make it home. I guess I'm okay. I don't know. No, I'm not sure. I wasn't thinking about you. But the piano roll had me feeling cold with memories of you. Yeah, we were younger, I was struggling, but we were good. Standing still, right beside me, you were good to me. I couldn't say the same, but we laid the blame to waste by the wayside. You went away, Took the good times, took the bad times, let them breathe. Left in the wake, the space. There's a question and an answer and a worry in the middle. There was a promise of forever and a wishful intention. What a world it would be if we all made out like the books we read, all the films we see. It's a travesty. As the moon drifts by with the shifting tides, and you're lost in life, so the love floats into the ether. And there was something that you heard and heard, and despite your parents, you placed your bet on love. Said you're pretty, but you drink too much. You've got a head on your shoulders and it's good enough, but something broke you. I said I'm sorry, and it's well in advance, but I will hurt you more than anybody has. Yeah, it's a shirt thing. Oh, is it a shirt thing? She said, I know that you didn't know back then. Getting all that you should know by now. It never was about the pain you held, not in the way that you shut me out, not in the way that you hate yourself, or all the ways that you let me know it was that you and I, we were on our way. Kind of feeling that was unexplained. You still feel like you felt back then. It's what you tell me when nobody's listening, and you ain't happy where you're at right now. Talked about it for a couple hours. A lot of change in the past few years. A couple deaths and a few relationships. A little older and a little scared of making all the same mistakes I made. You said you're weary because you think too much. You've got a mind of your own. It's free enough, but it'll drain you. I know you're sorry, and it's right on time. Cause you told me what would happen if I stuck around. I know you warned me. There's something that you're asking that was never question. Something that you're asking was never in question.
Hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Hi. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. Ohio. What's up, Fragwits? What's up, Triple Z Sleeps? What's up, Folastan? What's up, Tech Tink? What's up, Drink Tank? What's up, Celtic? What's up, McSecular? What's up, Spike Trees? What's up, Undead Logic? What's up, Ink Frog? What's up, Sneaky Buns? What's up, Adrian? What's up, Bipedal Humanoid? What's up, Kalatronge? What's up, Did I say McSecular? Hi, McSecular. Who else? Who else? Who else? What's up, Ashtray? What's up, Recite? Celtic, thank you for the 22 months. They say, ain't no thing but a chicken wing. However, the sovereign state of Vegandia doesn't recognize your chickeny foolishness. 22 is a special number, though. See half of 9/11 is 11. 2 times 11 is 22. Thusly, 22 is the secret 9/11 number. Big thinks. Vegans did 9/11? Question mark. Many are saying this. Evidence? Question mark. Those planes weren't made of meat. Anyway, gasoline is an animal product. It's the juice of dinosaur ghosts. You feel me? Okay. Thank you for the 22 months, Celtic. What's up, Zinavari? Or Zivinari? What's up, Punky Gal? What's up, everybody? Who else is in here? Phoenix Core. Hello, hello. There was meat in them, though? True. True. That's true. That's true. What's up, Rain Beastie? Hey, everyone. What's up, what's up? I hope everybody's having a good day. I hope everybody's having a good day. Good to see you. Good to see ya. What's going on? What's the vibe? Boom, boom, boom. Dun, dun, ba-dun, boom. I hope everybody's doing good. Happy Monday, I guess? It is Monday. News day. We're back. Had the weekend off, as we do. And we're back. Been good. AGDQ week? What is that? What is AGDQ week? Spicy dog. True. I'm doing okay. Had a okay weekend, not nearly as productive as I needed it to be. You know, So I guess that sucks, but it is what it is. We're here Monday, feeling okay today. Yeah, feeling not terrible. If you had to describe the way you're feeling though with one word, what would it be? Mine would be mine would be what's up, Moyo Sub-Zero? Mine would be what's the opposite of femme? Masculine. I'm oscillating. Okay. Is that like ovulating but for synthesizers? is that like ovulating but for synthesizers? Boobsicles? Word. Corn chips? That's two words. What's up, Sapily? Hello. Stretch time, hydrate time. Drink some water. Oh my god, dude, writing. Okay. There is nothing peak like late 90s, early 2000s, obviously, as early as it gets for 2000s. Like riding your fucking scooter through the lobby of the World Trade Center. That's crazy. That's wild. Holy shit. I'm feeling lazy, but I need to get homework done. Get it done. Get it done. Get it done. We have lots to look at today, chat. Lots to do. Lots to take a look at. Lots of news. Holy. Lots of news. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to the playlist that contains all the videos we'll be looking at. Also in the Discord. Exclamation point Discord. In the politics channel. All the articles that I have for us today to read are posted in there. Let's look at what happened today in history real quick. Yes. The obvious one. Today is Martin Luther King Day. We'll have a little bit on that. Let's see what other stuff they got going on today. National Nothing Day, chat. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Well, that's tomorrow, January 16th. Okay, never mind. Tomorrow. We have that to look forward to. It's National Hat Day. Okay. Alpha Kappa Alpha Day. Are you a female black college student looking for support? Alpha Kappa Alpha has your back. Is this an advertisement for a sorority? It's National Bagel Day. Cool. It's Blue Monday. Are we destined to be blue on this specific Monday? Read on and decide if so. What do you mean? Blue Monday rolls around every year on the third Monday in January. The meaning of this day is filled with controversy because it is supposedly the saddest day of the year. Wow. Many of us find ourselves in sub-zero weather this time of year, looking at our post-Christmas credit card bills and realizing we might already be breaking our New Year's resolutions. Are we destined to be blue on this specific Monday? Read. That's okay. That's fucking kind of weird. Kind of fucking weird. The Blue Monday concept surfaced in 2005 during a press release from British travel company Sky Travel during a PR stunt. Wait, what? Citing psychologist Dr. Cliff Arnold, a formula pointing to the third Monday in January described the day as being the gloomiest of the year. Apparently, like weather-wise, or just like, I'm confused. Apparently, this equation manages to calculate the most depressing day of the year precisely. Precisely. How many depression units? How do we quantify this? There's a condition known as seasonal affective disorder, SAD. I love that that's the acronym. That's like so cool. That's really cool. It's like really awesome. He apologized? I'm so confused. Okay, I don't know what that's all about. It's National Be Sad as Fuck Day, apparently. What is this? Go away. I don't want this. Why the fuck is this showing up in my thing? What the hell? That was from the... Is that an update? Firefox update? That was weird. What else is it today? Civil Rights Day. Okay. Brew Monday instead of Blue Monday. Time to schedule a meeting with someone who finds this cold gray winter's day an obstacle. Okay, so that's in response to Blue Monday, I guess? I don't know. It's Elementary School Teacher Day. All right, yeah, fuck yeah. Idaho Human Rights Day specifically. Idaho specifically. Indian Army Day. Salute the first commander-in-chief and the seceding generals of the Indian Army today. Why would I want to do that? That's so weird. Nikella, thank you for gifting a sub to Wounded Wolf. What's up, Nikella? How are you doing? What's up? What's up? Thank you. Makar Sankranti. Learn about this religious festival and how you can join the festivities. Okay. National Booch Day. Why is kombucha tea so famous? Because it has numerous properties that can improve your life. It's kombucha day. I think I've had kombucha literally one time in my life and it was gross. So like yeah. I'm not much of a booch enjoyer. What about you? What about you, chat? National Booch Day. What's booch? Kombucha. Depends on the brand. What's up, Strawmammy, bro? By the way, you vegans don't eat animals, won't eat animals, so now the plants are defending themselves? Huh? What are you talking about? This installation enables a live plant to control... A living plant controls a machete through an industrial robot arm. That's fucking great. Amazing. What? What? What the hell? All right, well, I mean, I guess the title was all I really needed to know. All right, well, won't work. I have a feeling it's just like those like synthesizer things, plant synthesizer things. It's just like sensing an electronic pulse and then it just like turns it into whatever you want it to be. Like in this case, an arm that swings a fucking machete. In other cases, like we talked about before, like, you know, an oscillator or something. Kate, thank you so much for 2 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Where is my clip? Does this one work? Let's find out. There it goes. Yeah. I love how these kind of like look like eyes. Yeah. What? Would you take on this plant, chat? I think I would take the plant on. Like, I think that, like, I think I could take it. You know, I'm not afraid. I feel like I could fight this plant. The plants, they're evolving. They're using tools! Oh, God! Yeah, I, for one, welcome our new plant overlords. This plant's a bitch, though. I feel like I could take it. Yeah, that plant's got a bitch-made facial expression. You know, I can see in its eyes that it's not ready for the smoke. Give it a gun. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. This is some bullshit. See what happens when you give it a fucking firearm and, like, wheels. You know? Give it some wheels and a firearm and we'll talk. Currently, in this form, I believe that I could take it. Was this? Oop, why did I do that twice? Tenacious D. Come here, I'm going to stab you. That plant plans on giving one of y'all the nickname Stumpy. Stumpy. Chad, did you know it's National Strawberry Ice Cream Day today? I did. I, for one, didn't. Even if you're strictly vanilla or chocolate, add some pink tartness to your ice cream today. It's National Pothole Day. Did you remember to thank your local pothole for its service? God, I have a lot of potholes to thank. Chat. Holy, I have so many potholes that I need to get to thinking because there are a lot, let me tell you. There sure are a lot. Thank you for your service. Thank you for fucking up my car. Like, thanks for that. It's always National Pothole Day if you live in Los Angeles. True. That's true. Oh, I thought it was National Pothead Day. Every day is National Pothead Day, just like every day is National Pothole Day. Potholes, is that what we call it when you let someone hit it for a smoke? Hit it for a smoke. Hit it for a smoke. No, pothole is what you fall into, like a K-hole. It's like a K-hole, but for pot. Yeah. What's up, Malform? Those things mess your tires up, and they used to knock my battery out of place. Okay, you need to put your you need to secure your battery. All right, that's bad. Also, try to avoid them. I fell into a pothole today. I'm finna in a second here. Yo, Spike Trees, thank you for 18 months. Thank you. Oh, that's true. That's true. Thank you so much. Thanks for the hole for 18 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. And pothole got fixed in my city because someone put a recliner in it and made the city look bad. Nice. I love that. I support that kind of activism. Also, Tofu, did you know Texas is Texasing again by using the National Guard? Yes. We talked about that on Friday, but we are talking about that some more today. Chat, in our Discord, in the politics section, every day before stream, I put together the stream, right? And I also post everything nice and organized, like, in the channel. So if you'd like to, move along, like, it's like a, it's like a syllabus. It's like a table of contents for the day. If you want to see what we're going to cover as far as videos go, it's in the playlist here. If you want to see the articles we're gonna take a look at, it's all posted here. We are going to be looking at this right here. Brandon sends a cease and desist letter to Texas over the border. That kind of sounds funny. Over, like, the border fight or border subject, border policy, not over the border. That's kind of funny. But yeah, this is what we're going to be looking at today, generally. If you're curious. Oops, I probably shouldn't have deleted that, but whatever. Let's look at this. We have more to look at first. Today in history for January 15th. 588 BC, Nebuchadnezzar II of Babylon lays siege to Jerusalem under Zedekiah's reign. The siege lasts until July 23rd, 586 BC. All right. 1535, King Henry VIII declares himself head of the church in England. Okay. 1559, Elizabeth I is crowned Queen of England in Westminster Abbey. Cool. 1759, the British Museum opens in Montague House, London. Is it? It's like the that's one of the families in Romeo and Juliet, right? Is it Montague or Montague? Someone send a picture of Hunter's hog to Abbott and let him know that if he doesn't knock shit off, another tree will fall on him. God damn. The first one, Montague. Okay. 1902, Abdulaziz ibn Saud leads 40 men over the walls of Riyadh and takes the city, marking the beginning of the Third Saudi State. All right. 2001, Wikipedia, a free wiki or content encyclopedia, is launched by Jimmy Wales and Larry Sanger. Nice. In 2009, oh shit, that's right. 2009, Chesley Sullenberger lands U.S. Airways Flight 1549 on the Hudson River shortly after takeoff from LaGuardia Airport in New York City. All passengers and crew members survived what became known as the Miracle on the Hudson. Nice. Today in film and TV, 1961, Berry Gordy signs the Supremes to Motown Records. Oh, that's cool. 1981, the police drama Hill Street Blues premieres on NBC TV. I've never heard of it. Today in sport, 1892, Basketball Rules first published in Triangle magazine, written by James Naismith. Cool. Fuck yeah. Well, that's interesting. Let's see if we got anything else over here. Oh, they got it. We're on the wrong day. How do I? Ah, pretty easy. British Museum, we just talked about that. US Airways, Wikipedia. Oh, American television series Happy Days, a nostalgic comedy set during the 1950s and 60s, premiered on ABC in 1974. That's cool. In 1967, in the first Super Bowl game, the Green Bay Packers of the National Football League defeated the Kansas City Chiefs on the American Football League by a score of 35-10. Oh, there was 2 different leagues. I didn't know that. 1919, a storage tank collapsed in Boston, sending more than 2 million gallons of molasses flowing through the city's north end. The Great Molasses Flood, as it became known, caused extensive damage and killed 21 people. Holy fuck. Whoa. There are still different leagues, Tofu? Oh, really? I fucking didn't know that. That's fucking insane. 21 people died? Holy crap. I want to see, like, pictures. Damn. Talk about a sticky situation. I'm sorry. It's just like it had to be said. I regret that very much. Anyway. 1919, Polish-born German revolutionary and agitator Rosa Luxemburg, co-founder of the German Communist Party, was arrested and murdered in Berlin for fomenting a communist uprising known as the Spartacus Revolt. Damn. 1909, American jazz drummer Gene Krupa was born in Chicago. I'm not familiar. 1896, American photographer Matthew Brady, known for his portraits of politicians and images of the American Civil War, died alone and virtually forgot. Died alone and virtually forgotten in a hospital charity ward in New York City. Damn. Well, that's fucked. Oops. God damn. Rest in peace? Fuck, man. Art lives forever. Rest in peace. Yeah, for real. God damn. 1870, the donkey appeared as a symbol of the U.S. Democratic Party in a Thomas Nast cartoon. Is that the first time that it ever happened? Very interesting. 1844, the University of Notre Dame, founded in Indiana by the Congregation of the Holy Cross, was officially chartered. All right. 1842, St. Mary MacKillop, who was the first Australian beatified by the Roman Catholic Church, and the first Australian to be recognized as one of its saints was born in Melbourne. Born in Melbourne. Melbourne. Burn in Melbourne. Cool, I guess. That happened. Let's see. Let's pull up. Dun, 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 dun. You ever hear how Edgar Allan Poe died, Tofu? I probably have, but I'm blanking off the top of my head. How did he die? Alright, we got this, we got that. Cool. Boom bang. Ba-da-da. Okay, let me just get everything ready for you, chat. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Famously complicated and possibly was abducted. Oh. Damn. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. What's up, sixths? Hello, hello. Whoa, my fucking frames just dropped to absolutely nothing. What the fuck? Okay, I think we're back. What the hell? Oh, no. Alright. Let's do that. Cool, cool. Also, did you see this, Tofu? What? Dudesy? Oh, this is the AI special? Yeah, I will not watch that. That's such... comedy special, right? Yeah, new AI Jordan. No, I do not support that. That's so fucking stupid. No, we won't be watching that. That's fucking ridiculous. Just like let people be dead, you know what I mean, and make new stuff. Just what I mean, I don't know. It's so annoying. Just stop, please. I don't want to see that. Yeah. All right, cool. Got that, got this, got that. All right, let's look at daily dose of internet, and then we'll run a quick ad, and then we'll get into the headlines. What do you say, chat? What do you say?
This is your daily dose of internet. A meteorologist in North Dakota was trying to burn ice off his driveway when he accidentally made a fire tornado.
Oh my god, that was amazing.
Okay, that was amazing, but why the fuck? There are...
Dose of internet.
Can't you just shovel shit like a normal person or salt it like a normal person? Why the fuck? You're using like fuel? Bro, what?
Meteorologist in North Dakota was trying to burn ice off his driveway when he accidentally made a...
I mean, yeah, this is way less boring. And I feel you there, but goddamn, that is extra.
Fire tornado.
What the...
Oh my god, that was amazing.
Lights the whole fucking neighborhood on fire? Jesus. What's up, buddy head? Is that a Mormon VHS? Mormon VHS? Oh, the one that we're watching today? No, today is a Christian, actually. If you can see it. The Wonders of God's Creation. It's like a 3-part series. This one is on the animal kingdom. It's like science, but like God style. AKA based. AKA fucking based. It's literally Christian Planet Earth. No, that's actually the way better way to fucking explain it. It's literally that. It's fucking cool. It's fucking cool. It's amazing. Yeah, literally God science. All right, let's continue.
Oh my god, that was amazing.
Oh! Wow.
Can someone explain?
What? Is this in Vegas? Wait, where the fuck is this? So wicked. Holy.
Can someone explain how these cones fit in this bag?
What the fuck? Got magic.
Yo.
This dad was trying to teach his
That's fucking
kids how to
awesome.
do a fake slap.
Your head, right? Oh. Oh.
Deserved.
This delivery driver was upset that this customer didn't leave a tip, so she left this note in her bag, only to realize that she made a mistake.
Wait, what did she say?
This customer didn't leave a tip, so she left this note
Lucky for you, I didn't bother the food, but next time consider... Bro, stop. Don't be like that.
in her bag, only to realize that she made a mistake.
Ignore. You keep that.
Why?
Because I didn't see a tip on the app and I put a little card in there. So please keep that. I'm sorry.
No, I just had cash. Please take
It's
it.
okay. It's okay because it's okay. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Yeah, like you are underpaid, but like that is not the way. You know what I mean? You are underpaid, yes, and you deserve more, yes, but like don't be fucking weird. Like that's not, dude. See, now do you feel weird? Don't you feel bad? Like that's awkward. You know what I mean? Don't do that. You won't feel better. You won't feel like you just won't feel better. You won't make it better either. It's just like it's not them. It's the company you work for. It's capitalism. Like you're justified in feeling like fuck. You know what I mean? I just did a whole bunch of work and I didn't get enough money, but that's like not on them. You know what I mean? Don't be weird. Oh my god! What the fuck? Real!
She's trying to go for a walk when her dog spotted something.
Oh shit. Okay, that was fucking wicked as fuck. Holy shit, that was wicked. The thing is that he had to do that multiple times for him to know that he could do it. You know what I mean? And then record it. So I respect the fuck out of that. That's what's up.
This military ship had to go straight through a
That's what's up.
hurricane.
Oh god.
This is how you wish someone a happy birthday on an airplane.
Happy birthday to you. Play ball. Alright, now blow out those candles.
Okay, that's
One of my
adorable.
subscribers-
Wait. That's fucking cute. That was really wholesome.
recorded himself playing on a flying piano for his music video.
Oh, no way, that's sick as fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, that's so wicked. What the fuck? I feel like that's extremely dangerous. Wait, how does he land? That's awesome. Oh god, oh god, oh god. What? That was so smooth. Okay, was the piano a working piano? Is it heavy? Like,
Sit.
oh shit, wait, what's up? What kind of dog is that?
I have never seen a more evil smile.
Y'all, he closed the cat in the kennel.
That's funny. That is a goblin. That is an orc cat. That cat is an orc.
Video, or we hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
What's he looking at? Alright, chat. Next up, we're gonna... What's he looking at? Next up, we're gonna get into the headlines. There's no Democracy Now! Today. Because... apparently they're based and give everybody the day off on Martin Luther King Day. So good for them. Very cool. So we're going to look at top 5 stories you need to know today from Reuters, top stories from Associated Press, and PBS News Wrap. And then we're going to get into just the regular news of the day. Lots of news to cover. Lots of shit to look at. Exclamation point watching in the chat if you would like a link to this playlist. All of the articles we're going to be reading are posted in the Discord if you're interested in that. But before we continue on, chat, we have to run an ad break because it's been an hour since we started stream. But don't you worry, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you've got to do is subscribe for $4.99 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubscribed friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way, they may also be able to enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. We are just starting the day off at 2 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Thank you so much for all the support so far. I really, really appreciate it. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, if you would like to see it continue on full-time, please do consider supporting in some way. That way we can make that happen. If you're unsubscribed, say hi in the chat, and maybe somebody will see you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. I'll be back in 3 minutes, chat. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. All right, we're back. We're back. And let's get back into it. Oh, Midnight Dime, thank you for gifting to Inkfrog, and Durank Dang, thank you for gifting to Mr. J Logic. Thank you both so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, back. I'm Leg. Nice. Nice. Let's get into it. Top 5 stories you need to know today according to Reuters, then top stories from Associated Press, and then PBS News Wrap. No Democracy Now! Today. Let's get into it. Uh-oh, I pressed the wrong button because I'm an idiot.
News Minute.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, goddammit. Stop doing this to me. Alright, top 5 stories you need to know. Number 1. Republican presidential candidates. Yo, Naughty Fox. Thank you for your 5 months. Let's go.
Thanks
Hell
to
yeah.
an admitted flunky for my sub gift.
Shouts out
Thanks,
Flunky.
flunky smiley face.
Shouts out Flunky for real, for real. Thank you so much, Naughty. I appreciate it. Democracy some other day, I guess. True. What's up, Alex? Number 1. Republican presidential candidates urge their supporters to brave glacial temperatures. We already have the outcome of this. Obviously, Trumpy boy on top. We'll talk about it. To vote in the party's first nominating contest in Iowa. Number 2. U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris will commemorate Dr. Martin Luther King Day in South Carolina. Wielding the civil rights icon's legacy to convince black voters to stick with Democrats in the 2024 election. We'll talk about it. Number 3, Israeli forces pound targets in Gaza ahead of an announcement by Hamas on the fate of 3 Israeli hostages who were shown in a video clip at the weekend. Number 4, Taiwan loses one of its few remaining diplomatic allies, Nauru, to China. Nauru to China? Just days after it elected a new president and accuses China of attempting to pressure it. Number 5. Anti-corruption crusader Bernardo Arevalo has been sworn in as Guatemala's president, after Congress opponents delayed the inauguration for hours in a last-ditch attempt to weaken his authority. All right. Excessive Observer, thank you so much for continuing your gift sub. I appreciate it. I don't know why those ones don't set off the alert, but I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. All right, Iowa caucuses, Israel-Hamas war, AP top stories. Let's check it out. Iowans are heading to the polls today in the state's presidential caucuses. Candidates are urging their supporters to brave bone-chilling cold to help carry them through Republicans' lead-off voting contest. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres says the humanitarian situation in Gaza is beyond words. He said life-saving relief is not getting to the people at anywhere near the scale needed. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has, Excessive Observer, thank you so much for gifting to Radical Statical. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very, very kind of you. I really appreciate that. For continuing your gift sub and then passing it or paying it forward. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has been released from the hospital where he was treated for prostate cancer. The 70-year-old had kept his diagnosis secret from senior Biden administration officials for weeks. Lava flows from a volcano in Grindavik, Iceland, are snaking toward nearby houses. Scientists said the eruption appeared to be dying down, but that it was too soon to declare the danger over. Thanks. All right. Now let's look at the PBS News Wrap.
Hamas released a video that purportedly showed the bodies of 2 Israeli hostages. They were identified as Yossi Sharabi and Itai Seversky. The 2 were seen Sunday in an earlier Hamas video pleading for a ceasefire. The Israeli defense minister said today that option is off the table.
The release of hostages will only happen as a result of military pressure.
Hamas is severely beaten by Israeli forces. All that's left for them is to lash out at the sensitive nerves of Israeli society through psychological abuse.
A third hostage, Noah Argamani, was seen alive in today's video. She said the others were killed by airstrikes. The Israelis flatly denied it. It's unclear under what conditions either video was recorded. At the same time, the Gaza Health Ministry...
What's the more likely thing here? You guys, like, what's the more likely thing here?
Reported the Palestinian...
We'll talk about it. Let's not get fucking, you know, we're not going to get stun locked yet. We're going to talk about that at length later on.
To date, has topped 24,000. UN agencies are warning of widespread famine and disease in Gaza without more humanitarian aid. They blame continued fighting, too few border crossings, and slow inspections of aid trucks. The mounting desperation was evident Sunday when thousands of Palestinians swarmed trucks that did manage to get to a Gaza beach.
I can't believe Hamas would do this.
Some climbed onto the vehicles trying to get to food.
Look at all these Hamas families.
This massive amount of people has come here for flour. Some will die, some will faint, some will get hit. Everyone is just focused on feeding his family. Each one of them is ready to die as long as he gets a bag of flour.
Overall, UN officials say less than a quarter of aid convoys have reached northern Gaza this month. In Israel, a car ramming attack north of Tel Aviv killed one person and injured 12 others today. Police say at least 2 Palestinians drove into pedestrians and then stabbed several people. The suspects were arrested and are believed to be from the occupied West Bank. For a second day, Houthi rebels in Yemen fired on a ship in nearby waters. A missile hit a U.S.-owned cargo vessel today in the Gulf of Aden. The U.S. military Central Command reported no injuries or significant damage. An American destroyer was targeted Sunday despite last week's U.S. airstrikes on Houthi sites. Ukraine's military says it has struck a key blow against Russian forces, shooting down an early warning radar plane and a command and control plane. That comes as Kyiv is laboring to keep the world's focus on the war. At the same time, in Geneva today, UN officials said there's severe competition for humanitarian help for Ukraine.
We are deliberately reducing the amount of money that we're asking for, not because we think the needs are diminishing or the war is getting any better for the people of Ukraine, but because we need to prioritize.
More than 6 million people have fled Ukraine during nearly 2 years of war. Another 4 million are internally displaced. The UN's children's agency, UNICEF, reports nearly 100,000 children in western Afghanistan are in dire need 3 months after a powerful earthquake there. UN officials estimate 21,000 homes were destroyed, leaving families to endure the harsh winter in temporary shelters. Many health facilities and schools were also demolished. In Guatemala, progressive Bernardo Arevalo has officially been sworn in as the new president. The ceremony took place shortly after midnight after opponents had delayed his oath-taking by 10 hours. Arevalo celebrated the moment after enduring a months-long effort to derail his inauguration.
On this transcendental day, we advance along the path that many of us have carved with effort. It fills me with deep honor to assume this high responsibility, demonstrating that our democracy has the strength to resist, and that through unity and trust, we can transform the political landscape.
Arevalo has promised to tackle Guatemala's rampant corruption and poverty. Here at home, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin was released from a Washington area hospital today. He'd been treated for 2 weeks after complications from prostate cancer surgery, but he failed to tell President Biden or the public for days. Doctors say Austin's medical prognosis is excellent. And communities across the country celebrated this Martin Luther King Jr. holiday with parades, prayer, and service. President Biden volunteered at a hunger relief warehouse in Philadelphia, loading boxes with fresh fruit. And Vice President Kamala Harris was the keynote speaker at an event in South Carolina. Dr. King would have been 95 years old today. Still to come on the NewsHour, Tamara Keith and Amy Walter weigh in on the Iowa caucuses. Why a $100 million donation is a game changer for historically black colleges and universities. And a new book dispels myths about human evolution and the female body's role in it.
Huh?
This is the PBS NewsHour from WETA Studios in Washington and in the West from the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism.
Walter Cronkite School of Journalism at Arizona State University. Okay, so no democracy now today. Unfortunately, but don't you forget it, chat. We are all Amy Goodman, okay? Every day, we are all Amy Goodman. Always, forever. Amy Goodman forever. Amy Anthony Goodman Tano. All right, let's start off with U.S. President Brandon and Vice President Kamala Harris mark Martin Luther King Day. Let's look at it. Let's go. U.S. President Joe Brandon and Vice President Kamala Harris commemorate Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Brandon volunteered for a hunger relief group. I got the apples, Jack. You want an apple? I got these apples. Does anybody need some apples? Where am I, Jack?
The great Coretta.
Oh, he was on Apple duty, so everybody has like a different thing that they put in the box. That's fun. Kamala Harris headlined an annual event by the NAACP, the nation's oldest civil rights group.
Scott King once said, "Freedom is never truly won. You earn it and win it in every generation. And at this moment in history, I say then, let us not throw up our hands, because it's time to roll up our sleeves."
Yeah. Yeah, it's time to roll up our sleeves, guys. Wait, hold on. I made this, and it's so perfect. For this. Me when I... Hell yeah.
Tonight.
All right. On that, I thought it was interesting that Joe Brandon was at a food, not a food kitchen, but like a food drive, like what do you call that? Like a what do they call it? Like I guess hunger relief group. Yeah, I guess food drive. Sure, whatever. I thought that was interesting. Given like what Dr. King was really kind of all about, and I appreciate Martin Luther King's children always trying to like get to that specifically. And here's a good example. Dear politicians / political influencers, when you evoke my father this MLK Day, remember that he was resolute about eradicating racism, poverty, and militarism, and about corrective justice work. Don't just quote him. Encourage and enact policies that reflect his teachings. Let's look at the video that they posted.
Dr. King, that the war in Vietnam could be stopped now without harm to this country?
Well, there are two ways to deal with it. One is a unilateral withdrawal. I don't oppose that because I feel that this is a possibility. After all, France withdrew unilaterally from Algeria. It withdrew without a military victory. Mm-hmm. And this did not lessen France's prestige or influence in the world. If anything, it increased its prestige in the world.
France is not the power that this country is.
Well, I think that's an even greater reason why we should restrain our power. There's always the danger that any nation will abuse its power. And I think our power must be much more than military power. We don't need to prove to the world or anybody our military power. I think we've got to prove our moral power.
Do you feel that this nation has abused, as you say, their power?
Oh, I certainly do in the war in Vietnam.
Should have let him keep going, but yeah, good little snippet from him. And I thought I would share some other good quotes from Martin Luther King in case people, you know, wanted to quote him in some sort of way in case people wanted to, or in case people forgot what he actually stood for. The evils of capitalism are as real as the evils of militarism and evils of racism. He said that on March 30th, 1967. Here's this from Where Do We Go From Here, 1967. I am now convinced that the simplest approach will prove to be the most effective. The solution to poverty is to abolish it directly by a now widely discussed matter, the guaranteed income. The curse of poverty has no justification in our age. It is socially as cruel and blind as the practice of cannibalism at the dawn of civilization, when men ate each other because they had not yet learned to take food from the soil or to consume the abundant animal life around them. The time has come for us to civilize ourselves by the total, direct, and immediate abolition of poverty. Why is this one tiny? I imagine you already know that I am much more socialistic in my economic theory than capitalistic. Capitalism started out with a noble and high motive, but like most human systems, it fell victim to the very thing it was revolting against. So today, capitalism has outlived its usefulness. I only agree with this technically insofar as like it was the step out of feudalism. But as far as the idea that capitalism fell victim to anything, and capitalism isn't just like doing the thing that it was always designed to do, essentially, I kind of don't agree with that, but whatever. In a sense, you could say we're involved in the class struggle. Whatever. Just some points there. But if no cannibalism, how eat the rich? Good question. So there's that. But then also, I wanted to look at this fun HuffPost, this fun article from the HuffPost. Really, not so much the article, but the tweet, I guess, that they're referencing here. I guess we could just kind of take a look at that. Hold on. Hello. Here we are. They do this every year, which is like so fucking funny, you know? I feel like honestly at this point it would be better to just not post. Like, what a world we live in which like entities like the FBI are making like posts like that, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like nonchalant as if history never happened. It's just really funny. This MLK Day, the FBI honors one of the most prominent leaders of the civil rights movement and reaffirms its commitment to Dr. King's legacy of fairness and equal justice for all. That's right. And then this really... this shit right here. Readers added context they thought people might want to know. The FBI engaged in surveillance of King, attempted to discredit him, and used manipulation tactics to influence him to stop organizing. Among those tactics, they literally tried to get him to back out of the lobby. They tried to get him to back out of the lobby. Remember that. King's family believed the FBI was responsible for his death. Yeah, King's family, even on his deathbed, were there to say that they still believe that the person who officially, not his deathbed, but his execution, the person who officially assassinated him, they said they believe him when he says that he didn't do it. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm not much of a conspiracy theorist, but I think that's pretty interesting. I think that's a pretty interesting fact. So, there you go. There's that. What did they say in this article, though? The FBI attempted to honor the 95th anniversary of Martin Luther King Jr.'s birth on Monday, only to be reminded of all the ways the agency tried to undermine his work while he was alive. In a post on X, formerly Twitter, the FBI said that it honors one of the most prominent leaders of the civil rights movement and reaffirms its commitment to Dr. King's legacy, blah, blah, blah. The post fulfilled its performative goal of honoring a true American hero, but many users rightfully pointed out that it wasn't conveying the FBI's real history with King. So yeah, that's pretty funny. Tofu, even AI knows what? What is MLK's history with the FBI? The FBI closely monitored Martin Luther King Jr. from 1955 until his death in 1968. FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover saw King as a threat and authorized wiretapping of his phone starting in December 1955. In 1964, the FBI sent King an anonymous letter trying to blackmail him, suggesting he commit suicide. A 2021 documentary revealed the FBI campaign to destroy King, including sending him a letter implying he should end his civil rights work. The FBI initially monitored King due to his involvement in the civil rights movement, but had no evidence he was connected to communism. King was treated by many Americans, including Hoover, as a liar and a security threat due to their conviction he was connected to communism. Newly discovered FBI files from this period explore the government surveillance and harassment of King further. They cite their sources? Wow. Wow. All right. Well, that's fun. That's fun. All right, let's keep it moving. Rest in peace, Dr. King. Let's keep it moving. Big news today. AP calls winner of Republican Iowa caucuses for Trump, baby. For Trump, baby. Andy from Ohio, thank you for the 4 months. Let's go. Thank you.
Tofu Wiggle.
Tofu Wiggle. Thank you so
Tonight,
much.
We have called the winner in the Republican Iowa caucuses for former President Donald Trump. That call was based on early returns that showed him with a commanding lead across all regions of the state. That also was confirmed by our AP VoteCast survey, which showed him in a commanding position going into the caucus. Now our attention will turn to second place for the candidates who are vying for that position, being the former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
Lawmakers are convening tomorrow.
Hell yeah. Let's look at this from NBC. Trump easily wins the Iowa caucuses, a big first step toward a 2024 rematch with Brandon. Iowa. Donald Trump has won the Iowa caucuses, NBC News projects, cementing his firm hold on the Iowa caucus. Firm hold as the frontrunner for the Republican presidential nomination. Trump, who is aiming to be the first former president since Grover Cleveland in the 1890s to return to office after losing re-election to a second consecutive term, scored a record-breaking showing Monday in the first contest of 2024. He will receive a majority of the vote, NBC News projects, and his final margin of victory will surpass the 13 points that Senator Bob Dole of Kansas won by in the 1996 Republican caucuses. And Trump's commanding performance is the strongest sign yet, that there is no decisive demand for an alternative as the race shifts to next week's New Hampshire primary. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, meanwhile, prevailed over former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley in what became the more closely watched battle for second place. But there is no guarantee that such a distant finish will afford him anything resembling momentum. I really think this is time now for everybody, our country, to come together, Trump said Monday while addressing supporters in Des Moines. Whether it's Republican or Democrat, liberal or conservative, it would be so nice if we could come together. That's right. Trump is so into everybody coming together. Kumbaya. Businessman Vivek Ramaswamy, who started the race as a Trump defender, arguing for a new generation of leadership, but had annoyed Trump in the race's closing days with some swipes at the former president, announced he was suspending his campaign after his fourth place finish and endorsing Trump. I had this article as well about that specifically. Neither DeSantis nor Haley made moves to drop out, and both argued that they are leaving Iowa in a position of strength. But their showings will not immediately reshape the dynamics of the race. Haley, according to the final NBC News / Des Moines Register / Mediacom Iowa poll last week, had leapfrogged DeSantis in Iowa, though there was warnings that her support might be soft. She also has been polling closer to Trump in New Hampshire. Speaking to her supporters on Monday, Haley asserted that it was now a, quote, two-person race between her and Trump. DeSantis, for his part, presented himself as resilient, even though he once vowed to win Iowa. They threw everything but the kitchen sink at us, the governor said at his caucus night event. In spite of all of that they threw at us, we've got our ticket punched out of Iowa. Trump said a source familiar with his travel plans will follow up his Iowa victory with a trip Tuesday to New York to attend his civil trial in a defamation case brought by E. Jean Carroll, a writer whom Trump last year was found liable of sexually abusing and defaming in a separate trial. Afterward, Trump will head to New Hampshire. There he is. Look at our big, beautiful orange boy. He's so pretty. He's so pretty. Turnout was the major unknown in the hours leading up to the caucus time Monday. Heavy snow last week and bone-chilling sub-zero temperatures over the weekend made an icy mess of Iowa's roads, and Monday's high was at best forecast to be -2 degrees Fahrenheit. The brutal weather probably kept would-be caucus goers at home based on initial vote returns. NBC News estimated that there would be 115,000 Republican caucus goers, substantially less than the nearly 187,000 who caucused in 2016, the last time there was a competitive GOP race for president. Distinke's second place finish for now avoids a rock bottom scenario. He began his White House push last year with the highest of ceilings, along with a campaign and aligned super PAC flush with more than $150 million in cash. Dude, what an epic L for him. He spent so much money. That's so insane. But he has failed to perform to those lofty expectations, and he and his allies had spent much of the weeks leading up to the caucuses lowering them. Where DeSantis once confidently predicted he would win Iowa, he more recently has insisted that he is in it for the long haul, but finishing third would almost certainly have put pressure on DeSantis to end his campaign. They threw everything at Ron DeSantis, a senior DeSantis campaign official said Monday night. They couldn't kill him. He is not only still standing, but he's now earned his ticket out of Iowa. This is going to be a long battle ahead, but that is what his campaign is built for. The stakes are too high for this nation, and we will not back down. Fuck yeah. The contrast between Trump and Haley, meanwhile, were in stark relief in the converted chapel of the old Franklin Junior High Events Center in Des Moines, where several precincts caucused Monday night. Haley appeared at the caucus site to make the pitch for herself, delivering a 10-minute version of her stump speech. Her microphone went out at one point. When it was replaced with another, she continued through her remarks, despite periodic interruptions of a malfunctioning sound system. In a steady tone, she praised the values of faith, family, and country, and then asked for support. When Haley walked off, Donald Trump Jr., the former president's son, took her place in front of an audience of roughly 200 people. Aside from pushing through his own struggles with the microphone, he took a different tack, launching several direct attacks on Haley, President Joe Brandon, and Biden's son, Hunter, who is not fucking running in this race. Trump Jr. Said he sees Haley as Hillary Clinton dressed up as a conservative for Halloween. Oh, yeah. Trump's comfortable win reflects the loyalty he still commands among GOP voters, despite being under 4 criminal indictments and holding far fewer Iowa events than his rivals have. Although Trump canceled 3 of 4 Iowa rallies planned for over the weekend, blaming brutal winter weather, he made quicker, unannounced stops picking up food at Casey's, a gas station known for its pizza, and delivering pies to firefighters in Milwaukee. Beyond his occasional visits and constant media presence, Trump augmented his Iowa campaign with a turnout operation much more sophisticated than the slapdash version he deployed en route to a second-place finish here in 2016. He really doesn't have to do much, though. He has free media constantly, free press constantly. So, I mean, if anything, it's in his best interest to spend as little money as possible because he's getting fucking fined out the wazoo left and right. Using reams of data, his campaign put a special emphasis on finding Trump fans who haven't caucused in the past and turning them out to vote. According to a senior campaign official, the campaign's approach to identifying and turning out voters was strikingly similar to that of other modern campaigns, including those of some of his rivals and their outside allies. A proficiency that Trump wasn't known for in his previous White House bids. And Trump himself used his speeches and teleconferences with supporters to share information about how to caucus and where to find more information. And we watched that cartoon or whatever that they put together to like explain to Iowans how to caucus. Precinct captains, more than one for each of the state's 1,600 plus precincts, were each charged with getting 10 new voters to caucus, the official said. When Trump campaigned in Iowa on Sunday, he wore a gold-lettered Trump caucus captain. Dude, I want this hat. Trump caucus, caucus captain. Bro, a caucus captain? What an honor. A nod to his phalanx. What the fuck is that word? Phalanx? A body of troops or police officers standing or moving in close formation. Oh, phalanx. Okay. Of commissioned officers on the ground. At his rally Sunday, Trump emphasized loyalty. He noted how Haley was challenging him after serving as his ambassador to the United Nations. He mocked DeSantis for begging for an endorsement in his 2018 bid for governor. He chastised Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds, whose rise he also took credit for backing DeSantis. I think the Iowa governor said that I was getting it mixed up. I think Iowa governor said that she would back Trump if he was the nominee. I got that mixed up for an endorsement pre-caucus endorsement. And he put a spotlight on his ability to bring vanquished rivals to heel, inviting North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, whose campaign for the GOP nomination never took off, to join him on stage and offer an endorsement. Nice. Got the burger vote. That's what's up. There's something Trump mused at one point about the lack of loyalty in politics. Okay, is it just going to be him talking? Okay, I really don't care about the rest of this. All right, whatever. Fuck the rest of this. Boom, boom, boom. Let's look at this one real quick, though. We might glance over it. We might not need the whole thing. Vivek Ramaswamy drops out of the 2024 presidential race and endorses Trump. Ramaswamy finished fourth in Iowa, NBC News projects, coming in well behind Trump, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, and former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley. Ramaswamy had 8% of the GOP caucus vote, with more than 90% of precincts reporting late Monday night. Ramaswamy said he called Trump to congratulate him on his victory and would attend a rally with him in New Hampshire on Tuesday. There needs to be an America First candidate in this race, Ramaswamy said. Going forward, he will have my full endorsement for the presidency. The 38-year-old entrepreneur was not well known when he entered the race in February 2023 in his first run for political office. But he quickly broke through with Republican voters in a campaign that aligned with Trump in both tone and policy substance, as he positioned himself as an heir to the MAGA movement. But his campaign was unable to pull much support away from Trump, who retained the loyalty of Republican voters despite Ramaswamy's efforts to convince them that he'd be better able to push the America First agenda he and Trump both championed. And he was unable to turn out the wave of first-time caucus goers he often said were poised to boost him in Iowa. I mean, he literally, like, right before, it was like 2 days ago, he like did some event, or he did some like interview or something, or just like a hangout, a little chat online with Jake Paul. Like, he was really like hinging on like Jake Paul fans in Iowa or something. As the campaign got closer to caucus day, Ramaswamy's rhetoric took an increasingly conspiratorial bent. Imploring supporters to, quote, wake up and speaking of plots and forces working to shape the election. His pitch to Trump fans was convoluted. He told supporters not to, quote, waste their votes on Trump because they would not, quote, let him anywhere near the White House. Wait, what? Citing the criminal cases against the former president and the battles to keep him off the ballot on 14th Amendment grounds in Colorado and Maine. But 3 days before the Iowa caucuses, Trump took direct aim at Ramaswamy for calling him wounded. In a post on Truth Social, Trump said Vivek started his campaign as a great supporter, the best president in generations, etc. Unfortunately, now all he does is disguise his support in the form of deceitful campaign tricks. Ramaswamy campaigned on taking Trump's policies even further as president. He pledged to shut down government agencies, including the FBI. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, let's go, and explosives, excuse me, and the Department of Education. I mean, to be fair, everybody did. Everybody on that fucking stage vowed to fucking abolish the Department of Education and to massively shrink the number of federal workers. He vowed to use the United States military to secure the southern and northern borders. He proposed ending birthright citizenship for American-born children of undocumented immigrants, arguing that the 14th Amendment, which states that, quote, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside, was not designed to apply to them. Wait. That's such cope. Wait, no, that's literally what that means. What a dumbass. What an idiot. Ramaswamy also set himself up as an antagonist to the other candidates in the Republican presidential debates, especially former New Jersey Governor Christopher Christina and former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley. Ramaswamy and Haley sparred repeatedly at debates, and Ramaswamy repeatedly claimed toward the end of his campaign that she was a puppet for the deep state. But he hewed closer to Trump, so much so that people at Ramaswamy's events urged him to push for the vice presidential slot on Trump's ticket if it was offered to him. No fucking way. No shot. Ramaswamy would say in response that he's not a plan B person, aka he knows damn well that he would not get that. There's no fucking way. Ramaswamy poured millions of dollars of his own money into the campaign and held the most public events out of all his GOP rivals, including over 300 in Iowa, hitting all 99 counties in the Hawkeye state twice. He moved his campaign staff to the early voting states of Iowa and New Hampshire as a last-ditch primary effort in November. Welcome in, Carter Raiders. What's up, Carter? Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. We're just lamenting, you know what I mean? Our president has dropped out. Vivek Ramaswamy has dropped out of the race. So we're just sitting here sad, just kind of talking about it, you know what I mean? We're venting a little bit, you know? I hope you had a good stream. Welcome in. What's up? I'm Tofu Ghost. If you've never been here before, we talk about news and politics and other stuff. But right now, we're just finishing up talking about the Iowa caucus today. Hope y'all had a good stream over there. What are we talking about next? Day none. Oh, day none. Next, we're going to talk about Brandon sending a strongly worded letter to Texas. Texas is not budging and is once again openly defying the federal government. And Brandon is not having it, especially in a time where it makes him look weak going into election season. He can't be viewed as weak. So out of strength, he's sending a very strongly worded letter. And that's what we're talking about next. Day one as VP. What's up, Brett? Let's talk about it.
The Biden administration is battling with Texas over access to part of the U.S.-Mexico border. Over the weekend, a migrant woman and 2 children died while they were trying to cross the Rio Grande into Texas. Border Patrol officials say that Texas officials prevented them from saving those 3 migrants just days after the Texas authorities took over policing at the border. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins me now. Morgan, what do we know, first off, about what actually happened this weekend?
Yeah, Kate, an unfortunate tragedy on the Rio Grande with two very different storylines. According to federal officials, they received a call from Mexican authorities sharing that there was a woman and two children attempting to cross the Rio Grande and appearing to struggle. They say that when they arrived at Shelby Park, that runs right alongside the river, there were state officials there essentially blocking them from being able to reach that group of three, which did in fact drown in the river. Meanwhile, the state of Texas has said that is wholly inaccurate.
Cruel and unusual punishment.
Stating that
it is a crime against humanity.
By the time Border Patrol agents did arrive, the Mexican authorities on the other side of the river were already in the process of recovering the bodies of that migrant woman and those two children, and that they, in fact, shared that with Border Patrol agents on the scene who appeared to understand the timeline. However, at the highest levels now, at the federal government and at the state of Texas, they are now essentially at an impasse. And as a result, we're seeing this has become the latest saga in the border battle between the Biden administration and Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Kate?
Can you give us a little more background, Morgan, about this sort of ongoing battle between state officials and federal officials? How did we get here?
How did we get
right?
here?
Well, it began, of course, with a number of things. You had that 1,000-foot border buoy, which a judge ruled had to be pulled from the water. That was installed by the state. You also had the ongoing legal saga of the state-installed razor wire, which a judge ruled.
I mean, Texas is just really on their LARPing about the Alamo. They're doing their little Alamo LARP right now. They're doing this don't mess with Texas thing. It's extremely cringe, and I really hope to see from Brandon a little bit more than a strongly worded letter. I really hope you can't just tell federal agents and tell federal agents that they're not allowed at a federal, in an area that is under federal jurisdiction. You can't just do that. That's just not how that works. You don't just get to do whatever the fuck you want. You just don't.
That Border Patrol agents could not cut through unless it appeared a migrant was under extreme duress. And now you have this story, which unfortunately...
Abbott's statement about shooting migrants recently from the Texas Tribune. Abbott's immigration rhetoric criticized again after interview response about shooting migrants. During a radio interview last week, Governor Greg Abbott said that Texas has used every tool to control the border short of ordering officers to shoot migrants crossing over illegally, once again drawing concerns about the potential impact of his rhetoric around immigration. Short of that, to be fair, he's not wrong. He is telling the truth, like doing everything else that might lead to death, preventing families and children and people generally from getting out of the water. For example, like we're talking about right now, going around doing patrols in the desert and cutting jugs of water that people have left out there for crossing migrants. Shit like this. So and also that's just officially, not even considering militia groups who are taking matters into their own hands along the southern border. Shit like that is very popular in Texas. The only thing that we're not doing, I already read that, about Abbott said during the January 5th radio interview with Dana Loesch, a former editor, Breitbart, blah, blah, blah. His comment came after Loesch asked Abbott, but for the people who don't live in border states, explain the hierarchy and the process. What can be done, right up to the line where maybe they would come and say, Governor, you're breaking the law. We got to arrest you for trying to enforce the law at the border. Wait, what? Was that what is this? What is the maximum amount of pressure that you as governor can implement to protect the border? Abbott responded, we are using every tool that can be used, from building a border wall to building these border barriers to passing this law that I signed that I signed that led to another lawsuit by the Brandon administration where I signed a law making it illegal for somebody to enter Texas from another country, and they're subject to arrest and subject to deportation. This is impossibly, we talked about this when it happened. That law is impossible to fucking enforce. And is like so very clearly, so very fucking obviously to anyone with fucking half a brain, that it would lead to what's the fucking word I'm looking for? Why am I blanking? Profiling. Like very fucking obviously. This is just New York's this is just Texas's Texas's version of New York's old stop and frisk. So we're deploying every tool and strategy we possibly can. Abbott continued. The only thing that we're doing is not shooting people who come across the border because, of course, the Brandon administration would charge us with murder. Like, I mean, okay, if you didn't say that last part, you could have like plausible deniability that you weren't saying that we want to shoot people coming across the border. I was saying in a dramatic way that we're doing everything we can. You know what I mean? Like you would have plausible deniability there. But the fact that you ended your sentence with this, because of course the Brandon administration would charge us with murder. That's the reason why? Are you saying that that's the reason why you're not shooting people as they cross the border? That's a weird thing to say, sir. That, sir, is weird. What the fuck? Yeah. All right, let's finish this video.
Proved fatal for that woman and those two children. The Department of Homeland Security sending a cease and desist letter to Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. I'd like to read you at least a portion of what that says, saying that Texas has demonstrated that even in the most exigent circumstances, it will not allow Border Patrol access to the border to conduct law enforcement and
Border Patrol is not allowed at the border. Like, I don't like Border Patrol. You know, okay. My worry here is states thinking that they're out of that can just do whatever they want despite federal law. That shit is sussy. That shit is sussy and should be really fucking like closely looked at. That's not okay. That's not okay. You can't just be making laws like that. And enforcing laws despite pressure, your own laws despite pressure from the federal government. That's just not how that works. What is this? DPS rammed family vehicle, pointed guns, and mistaken Operation Lone Star. Okay, there you go. Yeah, this is just fucking stop and frisk for brown people in Texas. Like, DPS rammed family vehicle, pointed guns, and mistaken Operation Lone Star Stop. I mean, they're like, that is literally exactly that. Jesus Christ. An El Paso family returning from a visit to Ciudad Juarez said that they were forced off the road by Texas state agents who then rushed out of their unmarked vehicles and pointed semi-automatic rifles at them. This was excessive, way too much force. It would have been just as easy to turn on your lights, pull us over, and do an investigation. But that wouldn't be badass. And that wouldn't live up to the LARP that that they are clearly doing. Come on. Yeah. This is why you need oversight, and the current oversight is through the federal government. You know, I think that there's all kinds of things wrong with all of these bodies. You know, there are all kinds of things wrong with these bodies, but like, it is still freaky to me to see goofy ass conservative governors like Gregory Abbott just thinking he can do whatever the fuck he wants. That's not okay. Not okay. This is what happens. This is what you get when you have that kind of shit. When you allow that kind of shit. Texas is bringing in the fentanyl, as far as I know, because the feds can't confirm otherwise. Wait, what? Huh? Tofu is closer to Arizona's paper please law. Tofu is closer to Arizona's papers please law. Is that what you're saying? Damn. Texas is so fucking shit. Tofu Ghost added Latino ass as a permitted term on Automod based. No Latino ass erasure is allowed here. Texas is so fucking shit. I don't think I'd even go to visit, and I'm white passing, but as soon as I open my mouth and say I'm Latino, my Latino ass name, Monka W. Yeah. Fentanyl. The fentanyl is a WMD. Oh, we talked about this. Yeah, we talked about this last week. We talked about this last week, and we looked at that Breitbart article that in its own article like says it has an update and says that none of this is true. Everything that is in this article that we reported on is actually proven false. But they just like leave the article up and they leave the update at the bottom. It's like so good. So fucking good. So fucking good. Yeah, this article. Israel prepares for possible fentanyl attacks from Hamas and Hezbollah. But don't worry, because they wrote updated in the title, all right? You know? They wrote updated in the title, so you should not assume that it is true, right? Okay. Update. This article has been corrected to note that delivery of fentanyl as a chemical weapon would be highly unlikely via rocket. No, it could be delivered through other means. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Breitbart, for your fucking excellent reporting. It's so fucking good, dude. So fucking good.
Emergency response activities. Texas's actions are clearly unconstitutional and are actively disrupting the federal government's operations. I should add, Kay, that the DHS letter gave Texas a deadline of this Wednesday to stop impeding or blocking access to Border Patrol.
Or else what? Like, if Gregory Abbott calls Brandon on his bluff here, like, how embarrassing is that going to be? What the fuck is the federal government going to do? Are they going to start are they going to start raiding, like, Texas National Guard posts on the border? Like, what's going to happen?
Otherwise, they would refer the matter to the Department of Justice.
Oh, okay. They'll tag the Department of Justice to do something about it. However, the Department of Justice is already being being completely ignored by the Texas government also. So like, what do we? Well, we'll pass it off to another fucking federal agency.
And use, quote, all available options.
All available options. All of the letters will be written, we assure you.
To restore access for Border Patrol agents and other federal authorities.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about...
Thanks for watching. Okay. All right, there's that. All right, chat. Before we get to our ad break, we have time for this one lap, because we're not going to like spend too much time on it. Just wanted to look at it real quick. This little 59-second segment here. Gay Pope defends decision to approve same-sex blessings. Let's see what he says before we go to the ad break. Pope Francis defends approval for blessings for same-sex couples. Okay, Jesus Christ. You know what I'm realizing? I don't think I've ever heard him speak, and I imagine that he would sound different. I don't know what I imagined him to sound like. But what the fuck? What's up, little bear? Pope Francis defends approval of blessings for same-sex couples. Hello? There we go. Sometimes decisions are not accepted, but in most cases, it's because they are not understood. If you don't like a decision, go and talk about yo, Little Bear, thank you for 6 months. Thank you so much. Thank you. Go and talk about it and say your doubts and engage in fraternal discussions. Okay, so he's talking about like people in the church. Everybody else can suck my fucking holy cock. This is how things progress. The danger is that if I don't like something and I put it in my heart, I become a resistance and jump to ugly conclusions. He said, I'm coming out as the world's first gay pope, and if you want to talk shit, you say it to my fucking face, is what he's saying. This is what happened with these latest decisions on blessings for all. The Lord blesses everyone who comes. On God? Everyone? Yo. Based? Speaking of the Pope, VaticanNews.va. Pope encourages Marxists and Christians. Oh, I saw this over the weekend. This is so weird. This is really funny and weird. Pope encourages Marxists and Christians to fight corruption. Like, I love the framing that like Marxists and Christians are different. You know what I mean? But also like saying that like you have more in common than you realize, which is like true. But like the initial framing that Christians are like naturally not not Marxists, not socialists in any sort of way. It's very funny. Very interesting. Pope encourages Marxists and Christians to fight corruption, uphold rule of law. Pope Francis meets with representatives of the Dialop Transversal Dialogue Project, an initiative that invites socialists and Christians, okay, which is what I'm talking about, socialists and Christians to work for a common ethic and invites them to build a better future for our polarized world. People who are poor, unemployed, homeless, immigrants, or exploited, as well as those killed by past dictatorships and turned into rubbish by the throwaway culture of the present. The level of a society's civilization is measured by the way they are treated, the Pope said. I mean, that's like so, honestly, this is like such a low, like so basic. I mean, he's just telling the truth. Like, if you are into the Jesus shit, it's pretty fucking socialist, man. Do not stop dreaming. Just said we need to like have conversations, guys. That's all. We just need to fucking have conversations. And we could put our differences aside as Marxists and Christians. Like, I don't know. It's all right. Cool. Weird. In the mid-20th century, there was a lot of overlap. A lot of workers of Irish or Italian ancestry were both Catholic and left-wing, but the anti-communist sentiment took over among socially conservative types and the rift grew. Tofu, you're a little distinct, by the way, on your audio. Really? Am I desynced for anyone else? Yeah? Okay. BRB. Actually, even though I'm desynced, chat, we're going to run an ad break right now anyway. It's time for the ads anyway, so I'll fix it while I'm off screen. Next up, chat, I know I'm desynced, sorry. We're going to start talking about other international news stuff. We're going to skip the lava thing. We already talked about that. We're going to talk about Davos. We're going to talk about Ecuador. We're going to talk about Afghanistan. We're going to talk about missing Navy SEALs. We're going to talk about Houthi missile strikes. We're going to talk about Israel-Palestine. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist that contains all of the videos we've watched and will watch for the rest of the evening. Also in our Discord, exclamation point Discord, all of the articles that we've read and will be reading are posted in the politics channel. I will be back in 3 minutes, chat. We're going to run an ad break right now. Don't you worry, though. We do it while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you've got to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel, you're feeling generous, you have the means to, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubscribed friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way they can also enjoy the emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. Be back in 3 minutes, chat. BRB, BRB. Okay. I think it's fixed. Is it fixed? Check, check. Hello? Hi? Hello, hello? Fixed? Cool? Gucci? Alright. Did I miss Tofu talking about Iceland? We were gonna... You know what? No, you didn't. You're literally just in time. You made it. Here you go. This is for you. From Al Jazeera English. Lava destroys homes in Iceland's Grindavik. Let's check it out.
We're just outside the town of Grindavik, which is on the front line of the latest volcanic eruption that's occurred here in southwest Iceland. And we cannot get any further here towards the town because the lava is still continuing to flow, smoking there as well, and eruptions taking place over there. Now, of course, what this means for the 3,800 people who made this place their home is that they are questioning whether they'll be able to return here.
Bro, it looks like, oh my God.
Fearing that the life they once knew as a community may no longer exist. Now, it could be several months before they're able to go back to here because, of course, the seismic activity is still ongoing. And, of course, that has questions as to how the community goes forward.
Oh, wait. There's like a volcanusi right here. How many volcanusis are there?
Still ongoing, and of course that has questions as to how the community goes forward and what kind of life they can make from here, whether it's perhaps ever.
Iceland is named like a lazy fantasy region. Like, oh yeah, Iceland in the north and forest land over in the woods at the foot of the mountain land. Like, come on. Yeah, thanks. I watched this live. Crazy shit. One of those homes is in the ownership of a fish baron, so fuck him. But the other one, just a family home that was just built. Damn. So fuck the other guy though. In Iceland, all houses have volcano insurance, so they are okay. Damn.
To be habitable again.
Fuck the fish baron though.
Sonia Gallego, Al Jazeera, just outside of Grindavik.
Damn. Very scary. Very scary. All right, let's go now to the center of all the conspiracy theories. Let's check this out real quick from Reuters. Wars loom as global elite gather in Davos. Let's check this out.
Global political and business elites are gathering once again in Davos. The Swiss ski resort hosts the annual meeting of the World Economic Forum. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken and French President Emmanuel Macron are among those expected, alongside thousands of business leaders. But the meeting has rarely faced a more tense or complex backdrop, with talks due on how to end wars in Ukraine and Gaza. One focus is whether Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will meet Chinese Premier Li Qiang during the event. On Sunday, Ukraine Presidential Chief of Staff Andrei Yermak remained hopeful.
I didn't see the final schedule of the meetings of the presidents. We know that the Prime Minister of China will be as well here. Let's see.
Zelensky will speak in Davos later in the week.
I did see Zelensky say that he hopes to. Like, he's throwing it out there. He's manifesting. He wants to chill with Xi.
As for Gaza, the
he's
White
trying
House
to meet the top Xi.
Blinken will bring together key players. That includes Israel's president and the leaders of Qatar and the United.
And I can't help but wonder if that's like in response to the lack of support coming from the States or something.
Arab Emirates, countries that have emerged as power brokers in the region. It all overshadows the usual economic themes at Davos, though they too look unusually complex. On the agenda will be the future for interest rates and the world's mounting pile of debt. A keenly awaited debut will be made by Argentina's new president.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh,
voted in
that's what I need. That's what I fucking need. That's the shit that I fucking need in my life. Javier Milei speaking at fucking Davos is like, oh my God.
Promise of sweeping economic reforms. But one figure looming large at Davos won't actually be there. Donald Trump was the star attraction in some previous years.
Oh no, I have great confidence in the Senate.
But is staying away this time to focus on his re-election bid. He didn't even get a mention in the WEF's annual Global Risks Report.
Not a mention in the World Economic Forum report?
The possibility that he might win
fell off,
and
dude.
the consequences that might have are very
fucking
much on
fell
the
off.
unofficial agenda.
Holy. That's crazy. Imagine not getting fucking mentioned at the World Economic Forum's fucking like like monthly fucking flyer or whatever the fuck. Oh my god. Newsletter. Like, oh no. Oh, I couldn't live with myself personally. Personally, I could never. You know. All right, we'll close this for now. Put this there. All right, let's move on. Prison staff held hostage in Ecuador freed. Officials say. Holy shit! What the fuck?
Video released by the Ecuadorian military shows what
just
says
happened?
was the demolition of a wall as part of an operation to free prison staff held hostage by inmates inside. And the SNAI prison agency on Saturday said all hostages had been freed. SNAI said 158 guards and 20 administrative staff had been seized since last Monday in several prisons. This footage from Saturday shows an unnamed officer telling family members of the hostages about the successful release.
Dear family members, the National Police, together with the armed forces, have
Thank you,
freed
Bipedal
the
Humanoid.
hostages. They have been deprived of their freedom for 6 days.
Hey,
They will be handed
what's up,
over to families.
HBIC
They
New
have
York?
received a medical checkup. There has been no issue. This is a joint effort.
The incident is part of an escalating security crisis in the country that worsened this week. Gunmen stormed a TV station on air.
Oh shit!
Unexplained explosions were set off in several cities.
God
Police
damn.
officers were kidnapped. The government declared a state of emergency last week and said that so far, more than 1,000 people have been arrested. Ecuadorian soldiers were patrolling at the shared border with Colombia on Saturday as part of the operation.
The series of holy fucking loud. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, we have yet to see how, you know, it ultimately turns out in the long run. Will they ever come out of a military state, a martial law state? Man, it's a really, really shitty situation in Ecuador. Let's check it out from Afghanistan. I'm eating vegan chicken in this pasta salad. I made it and it slaps. Yo, what kind was it? Is it like is there like a brand or homemade? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. There must be law and order. Kind of crazy that this shit happened in the States considering our jail population size, honestly. Kind of crazy that, oh, this hasn't happened in the States. I was like, this did not happen in the States. Like, what are we talking? Holy shit, I read it wrong. Vegan chocolate also slaps. I mean, a lot of the times, like, dark chocolate is, I mean, I don't know. I guess it depends on how dark we're talking. But yeah, a lot of the times dark chocolate is vegan, right? Daring, I think. Daring. I don't think I've ever... Daring chicken is what it's called. It's a banger. I've never heard of it. I'll have to try it out. Fuck yeah. W. Adding cocoa to smoothies is amazing too. Is it the seitan vegan chicken that makes some bomb ass salad? Word. Usually usually for me the wheat meats, like the seitan chickens, are where it's at. The tofu chicken is usually like not. I guess it depends on the meal, like what it's going in. If we're just eating like a chicken breast and it's supposed to taste like, you know, as close to a chicken breast as possible, I would say tofu is usually not the way to go. But I guess it depends on the food. I'm not eating vegan, but just way more plant-based stuff since we ate way too much meat. But like I put mayo in it. Listen, don't get it twisted, bro. I fucking douse my shit mayo. No, that's awesome. That's awesome. Just cutting down your meat intake is like so good for you. So good for you. Do make sure you're like supplementing though, and like getting your new, you know, your vitamins You know, you're not just like cutting out like a huge source of your vitamins, because it'll do the exact opposite for you. But as long as you make sure you're getting all your vitamins, which you probably still will be fine since you're not cutting out meat entirely, you'll definitely feel like a big boost in energy and things like that. It's so much easier to cook and eat. Like, it took 10 minutes to heat this shit up. Oh, for sure. Eating fucking, or cooking anyway, chicken. Oh God, yeah. Daring. Oh, you know what? I've seen this packaging. Okay, I've seen this packaging. I haven't had it though. Tastes exactly. Okay, this picture looks fucking insane. Okay, that picture looks like a fucking chicken. Holy god damn. Okay, so we got like original Cajun, lemon and herb, teriyaki, breaded, buffalo. Oh damn, they got the whole shit. Oh, they got like rice bowls. Ooh. Well, shit. Now I'm fucking starving. Yo, Celtic, thank you for gifting to Carter. Pog. This shit is actually a 10. I mean, most of the time, chicken is like if you just ate chicken, right? If you just like cooked some chicken with no spices or whatever, like, it's not good, right? It's like not great. It's just like a bland mass. You know, you need to season it, and it's like the texture and the mouthfeel that you're taking from the chicken, but it's like the seasoning that really tastes good. So, I mean, chicken is super recreatable, I feel like. I did the lemon and herb, and bro, damn, you don't like chicken? You like hot sauce and salt? True. Damn, now I want some fucking chicken, bro. What do I have to eat? Yeah, much to think about. All right, let's look at this real quick. What time we're doing so good on time. Let's look at this real quick. Afghanistan earthquake aftermath. UNICEF says 96,000 children at risk.
Vegan libs SMH tofu L.
That emote is so fucking goated. What's up, Shayna? Thank you for 7 months. Best emote. Running a vegan train? I sure hope so. The
series of earthquakes in October.
That was loud. That's so loud.
Devastated large areas of western Afghanistan.
Yo, Alex, thank you for the 100 titty bitties. Appreciate it.
The rubble in isolated towns and villages, many of which had suffered neglect and violence during decades of war and political instability. More than 3 months later, the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, says nearly 100,000 Afghan children are in dire need of help as the harsh winter weather sets in.
I went back there to the epicenter yesterday, and I must say the situation is still heartbreaking. I met, for example, this 8-year-old girl, Odina, in one of our health centers, and her mother took me back to the place where the house once stood. And
yo, Durang Dang, thank you for the gifty to Boricua. Are we in hypers? All right, we could take a little break real quick, chat. You guys look like you need some egg dog in you. Do you have that egg dog in you, chat? If you got that egg dog in you, let chat know what's up. Spread around the joy of a Tofu Ghost gift sub today, this fine January 16th, 2024. What was the day today? Oh, I mean, it's Martin Luther King Day, but it was National Nothing Day. Or no, it is now officially National Nothing Day. On this National Nothing Day, show your appreciation for your fellow chatters and get this up. Get this up. And if you do, we might continue jamming. Thank you so much, chat.
Her sisters died in the rubble. The girl who was herself was heavily injured. There must be an investment in better infrastructure to respond to the basic needs of the people.
The earthquakes destroyed thousands of homes. poor communications and a lack of proper roads hampered relief efforts. The UN estimates nearly 40,000 families, many of whom lost their livelihoods and crops and livestock, are still living in tents and makeshift shelters in below zero temperatures.
This comes in addition of an already existing humanitarian crisis. 23 million people in
I just want to point out that this is happening in a time where there's still $3.5 billion frozen in Afghanistan, like in Afghanistan's own money. I just think that it's pretty relevant and important to remember that $3.5 billion is still frozen. While children are literally starving to death in Afghanistan. Okay, just remember that.
Are in need of humanitarian aid. Almost 90% live in poverty. We have malnutrition rates of 2.3 million acute malnourished children, 900,000 in a life-threatening condition. This is the starting point. And it is very important that we invest in making people here more resilient.
Afghanistan's healthcare system relies heavily on foreign aid.
Taliban. Because it's a bad PR move to Brandon's enemies, or for Brandon, due to how his political rivals would frame it. Like he's weak and he supports the Taliban. He loves the Taliban, actually. He wants to hug and kiss them.
Its funding has faced crippling cuts by international donors since the Taliban returned to power.
I found out Afghanistan's exports are only around $2 billion a year for a country that large is fucking nothing.
In 2021. Something experts and aid agencies say further complicates the challenges of getting help to those who suffered a natural disaster and are most in need. Charles Stratford, Al Jazeera.
Very sad. Very sad. All right. Now more from the region. More news from the region. Rising tensions in a lot of different forms, or rising escalation in conflicts in a lot of different forms here. This is a new one. Search continues for Navy SEALs missing in Gulf of Aden. The fuck were they doing?
U.S. military ships and aircraft continue searching for those two missing Navy SEALs. Last Thursday, the SEALs were part of a team sent to search a small boat for weapons. It was nighttime, the seas were rough, and as one sailor was boarding, he was knocked overboard, according to two U.S. defense officials. A second sailor jumped in to save him, and they are both still missing tonight. The boat was carrying missile parts from Iran, ultimately intended for the Houthi rebels in Yemen, according to three U.S. defense officials. The crew were detained, the cargo seized, and the boat sank, the officials said. Now, the Houthis have now carried out...
Is sinking... See, that's an interesting thing to me when I was reading something on this earlier today. Is the sinking of the boat post-seizing of the boat, like, is that, like, normal policy? That seems, like, really fucked up. For like multiple reasons. Like, shouldn't it just be like redirected and like to some port somewhere and like held? You sank it? Is that normal? Do we normally do that? This is genuinely that's new to me. That's a crazy thing.
These 30 attacks on ships in the Red Sea in the past 2 months. In retaliation, U.S. and British warplanes and ships struck more than 60 targets in Houthi-controlled Yemen last week, according to the Pentagon. But the Houthis not slowing down their attacks. Sunday, firing an anti-ship cruise missile towards a U.S. Navy destroyer, the USS Laboon. A U.S. F-18 shot down that missile. And just today, striking a U.S.-owned container ship with a missile, causing minor damage.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. I miss the old Lester Holt YouTube like and subscribe card. Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Fuck, I hate the way that makes it look. God, that's horrible. All right. We'll look at this real quick from the Washington Post on that. U.S. forces recovered Iranian warheads and Navy SEAL mission gone awry. I'm fucking so worried. Not gonna lie. I'm so worried about how quickly things are, like, tensions are rising. Like, shit is just gonna spin out of control any fucking second now. Genuinely, this shit is getting a little too heated. What is this? Marxist Cretin? 2 Navy SEALs are missing off Somalia's coast. Wait, hold on.
Yes.
Hello? Oh, come on, you were just working.
What were they doing over there?
Yes. I stitched this because this is the question that those of us in the West refuse to ask ourselves or to really think critically about. Why are we everywhere? Why is our presence, our military presence?
Well, see, I agree with this, but people will respond to this immediately. I would say that people would say, that, well, these are international, these waters host international trade routes and yada yada yada.
Everywhere. From this Western white supremacist colonizer way of thinking, we don't even ask ourselves this question because we just assume that we should be everywhere. We are everywhere. We should be allowed everywhere. Everywhere should be our.
Because if not us, then it would be them, right? And that's scary.
Living room. And that is exactly why the rest of the world sees us as a bunch of assholes. Believe it or not, other nations are allowed to disagree with us and to protect themselves from us.
We can't let that happen.
Jesus Christ, we don't have a monopoly on self-defense. And generally what we're doing isn't self-defense.
Well, I would also say that states generally act in the interest of the state, right? And, if that means if somebody is messing with an ally, for example, you would do economic sanctions, you would do a blockade on trade, whatever, these things to try to oppose them and hold them accountable or whatever, or further dissuade further rising tensions or whatever without doing direct military action. This is something that we do all the fucking time. We do blockades on countries all of the fucking time. It is very normal to do an economic blockade on somebody that is doing something that is not in your interest. That is what is happening with the Houthis. People would say, but the Houthis are terrible. That doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, okay, fine. It doesn't fucking matter because that is a non-violent choice to make, right? The response was, however, was violent, and yeah. Okay, so there's that.
At all.
What were they doing?
It's actually low key. I'm actually low key worried South Africa is going to get some of that. The U.S. treats every nation in which it owns a base as a brand. Quote, brought to you by the U.S. So how Facebook is brought to you by Meta, Israel brought to you by the U.S. Dude, if you try to blockade the USA, you're going to get a big boot of the military. I guess that's what happened, right? Let's see, what else did I miss? What are y'all talking about? Houthis aren't non-violent, though. It doesn't fucking matter, dude. Because you could say the same, right? I know you're not saying that. You could say the same thing. Well, somebody, the United States is no angel. You know what I mean? The United States, has blood on their hands. But they're doing the non-violent thing by doing an economic blockade on, I don't know, insert country here. So I could turn that around on the United States. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's just that obviously United States big dog. It's still their water, and they are literally preventing a genocide or trying to. Right? They oppose, they oppose what the actions of Israel. They oppose Israel's current military campaign in Gaza. They are trying to get it to stop. So what they did say, we are going to blockade Israeli ships or ships meant for Israel, whatever the fuck, in the Red Sea. Shooting missiles at people, like that I guess is scary and bad. None of those missiles really hit their mark. We're going to talk actually today about a missile apparently actually hitting its mark for the first time. So I guess I shouldn't say that. But I don't know. The point is, state's going to act in the interest of the state. And to say that one is more moral or correct or right than the other is absolute cope. Very silly. Very silly stuff, indeed. I guess let's quickly look at this. Missiles are supposed to miss, hence the name. My missile always hits its mark. Yo. Sanctions aren't non-violent. Tofu just less violent. Well, okay. Yes. Sure. Yes. But that's my point. Is that like, okay, you still get my point though, right? So correct me if I'm wrong, but so far no Europe or any countries in Northern Hemisphere for that matter have tried to stop the genocide. Only 3 Southern Hemisphere countries did: Brazil through the UN, South Africa through the Hague, and Yemen through the blockade. Is that accurate? I mean, it depends on like the scope of what you're saying, because there is like generally like as far as what was actually able to happen in the form of any sort of real economic or political pressure on the United States, on Israel. I mean, maybe. Belgium is teetering. It's like what on the edge of support. Yeah, I got your point. I was just nitpicking. Yeah, I know. Austerity is a form of violence, but I'd rather know welfare than be clubbed to death with a hammer. Speak for yourself. To remember they are human too, even if they've forgotten, because the power is so sweet. Huh? Who? All governments should be questioned. You keep your principles and fucking bother. All right, let's keep it moving. Let's quickly go over this. U.S. forces recovered Iranian warheads in Navy SEAL mission gone awry. American military personnel recovered Iranian-made missile warheads and related components during a shipboarding mission near Somalia last week that disrupted the weapon's suspected transit to militants in Yemen. Just suspected, by the way. I mean, whatever. But left 2 elite Navy SEALs lost at sea, U.S. officials said Monday. A massive search and rescue operation is ongoing in the Gulf of Aden, where the incident occurred Thursday. The SEALs moved to board the vessel, described by one official as a Dow? The fuck? A lateen-rigged ship with 1 or 2 masts. Oh, it's like a small ship? That's like... Really? It's like a sailboat. That's the kind of boat I have a license to sail. You have a boating license? That's dangerous. They should take that away from you ASAP. Pug, that is a great word to know. Dude, I'm learning so much. Doe. Is it Dow or doe? Doe, a Dow, a female deer? Do? This doesn't really help me. Oh, this like doesn't work for some reason in fucking Firefox. Annoying. Doe. You don't have a boating license? SMH. A ship that size for 2 Navy SEALs. Not a bad trade for enemies of the US. Wait, what? I think it's like doe. Yeah, okay. All right. Doe. Lacking proper identification amid suspicions that there were arms on board. As the Washington Post and other media previously reported, Thursday's operation took place in rough seas when one of the SEALs slipped from the ladder while attempting to climb aboard the Doe. The second, having witnessed their comrade fall into the water, dove in to help, officials have said. Both were swept away by the powerful swells. Neither has been publicly identified. As rescue operations began, our troops carried out a search of the boat, which had a crew of about a dozen, the officials said. They were taken into custody along with the weapons components, and the boat was sunk, the official said. The person, like others, spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss a sensitive military mission. The Associated Press first reported those and other details of last week's weapons seizure. The episode has underscored a persistent challenge facing the Brandon administration and its international partners as they vow to hold Yemen's Houthis and the militant group's chief backer, Iran, accountable, which Iran has denounced the attacks in the Red Sea. Mind you. Like, regardless of if it is true that they have they are tied and that there has been previous like economic and like military like aid, like they have denounced it. So I mean, I don't know, for what that's worth. Accountable for a steep rise in attacks that have significantly disrupted commercial shipping in the region. United States and British forces struck dozens of Houthi targets in Yemen last week, hoping to discourage additional attacks, but the Pentagon acknowledged afterward that the group will probably remain a threat. The Houthis have said that their actions are in protest of Israel's campaign in Gaza. The Brandon administration has not ruled out future military action in Yemen, but has sought to tread carefully, fearful that an overreaction could engulf the Middle East in violence. U.S. forces in the region reported separately Monday that an American-owned container ship was hit with a ballistic missile in the Houthis' latest alleged provocation. The ship sustained, quote, no significant damage and its crew was uninjured, officials said in a statement. A missile launched from Yemen earlier in the day came down before it reached the coast, which tends to be the fate of most missiles fired. A senior U.S. official blamed Tehran for having, quote, aided and abetted in the crisis, which has principally affected commercial vessels transiting the Red Sea. The Houthis, I mean, bro, I could fucking say the United States aided and abetted in the same fucking process by aiding and abetting the state of Israel in their genocide of Palestinians in Gaza, thus creating the response from allies of Hamas. Like, I mean, come on, shut up. Like, we could play this game all fucking day. The Houthis officials contend would be incapable of threatening these shipping routes without Iran's technological and intelligence support. I mean, what about, if we really want to go there, right? If we really want to go there, from the intercept, Brandon admin deployed Air Force team to Israel to assist with targets. So it's like, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. Like, whatever. The missile warheads and other components intercepted last week originated from Iran and were bound for transfer to another boat off the Somali coast for continuing on to Yemen, one official said. The SEALs launched their mission from the USS Lewis B. Puller, which acts as a floating base, and headed toward the Doe in a smaller craft, this person said. The Doe's crew lacked official paperwork, which allowed the U.S. boarding them to search the vessel. Which I'm not a fucking expert in anything at all, period. So, I don't know, but my mind first goes to, like, if it lacked official paperwork, how do we know for sure that it came from Iran? There could be other ways to tell that. I'm just like, damn, we sure know a lot about this vessel that had no paperwork and was unidentified. And I mean, I don't know, whatever. Maybe the 12 people on the operators of the boat told them that. For all I know, who knows? Love them, but they woke me out of a damn coma, huh? The problem is that our politicians are proud to openly support what Israel is doing. Admiralty law. The 12 CIA operators. What's up, Xenomonic? All right. Interdicting suspicious or adversarial vessels known as Visit, Board, Search, and Seizure, or VBSS, is among the most difficult and dangerous missions undertaken by highly trained troops. Such operations typically involve approaching the suspect vessel in smaller boats and using ladders, climbing tools to get aboard, which can be complicated by violent waves and hostile crew members. U.S. forces routinely partner with our other nations' militaries to blunt piracy and weapons smuggling in the region. Though it has been days since the 2 SEALs went missing, the Pentagon remains hopeful that they will be found alive. The Gulf's waters are warm, officials have said, noting that powerful swells and exhaustion are more of a concern than hypothermia. Okay, well, there's that. What's up, Chris the Nerd? All right. Nice way to transition to... We're flying through politics today, chat. Or actually, no. Before we do that, we'll look at... we can skip the CNN piece. All right, yeah. We are going to do this then. This will be our way to transition into Israel-Hamas specific coverage. This is like the New York Times update page. Israel-Hamas. Houthis launch more missiles toward U.S. ships. Here's what we know. The U.S. military said the Iranian-backed Houthi militia struck an American-owned container ship a day after a missile aimed at a Navy destroyer was shot down. No injuries were reported aboard the cargo ship. A Houthi missile struck a U.S.-owned commercial ship but caused little damage. After a taunting promise of news about captives, Hamas said 2 are dead and 1 is wounded. It's a weird way of like framing that, like Hamas killed them. Hamas is saying that they were killed in the much more likely fashion because of Israeli airstrikes. We're going to talk about it. A car ramming attack in Israel kills 1 and wounds 17. Red Crescent ambulances are serving Gaza City again after a 2-month halt. Sunak says that strikes against Houthi targets show that Britain will back its words with action. Little food, weeks of fear, a toy ripped from her hands. Okay. So we kind of heard about this a little bit. Car ramming attack in Israel kills 1 and wounds 17, police say. Still waiting for more news about that, but 2 Palestinian men were arrested. So looks like it was possibly an attack. All right, that kind of gives us all our update there. Let's look at this. Israel-Hamas war reaches grim milestone of 100 days.
Tonight, a grim milestone in the Israel-Hamas war. 100 days of bloodshed with no end in sight. And 100 days that hostages have been captive in Gaza. A balloon for each day set free into the Tel Aviv sky. This war is now the longest between Israel and the Palestinians since Israel's founding 75 years ago. And the deadliest. Just under 24,000 people killed in Gaza, the Hamas-run health ministry there says. That's 1% of the population. The UN says Gaza's now on the verge of famine. When I pick up my UN food coupons, I feel so bad I cry.
That's so crazy because the Israeli... Hold on. Twitter would have you think otherwise, that they're so, they are, in fact, the IDF is in fact the most moral military. Where is it? God, these motherfuckers tweet a lot. Oh my god, Israel really fucking... Oh my god, dog. Wait. I didn't see this. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Perfect example of what we were talking about earlier in the stream. This is a perfect example of what we were talking about. The cynical, like, wielding of MLK's legacy for fucking evil. Like, this is fucking insane, dog. Holy shit. Wait, they have a Martin Luther King? No way. Nice. Oh, wait, why did I do that? I wanted to look at something. I got too fucking... That bummed me out too much. I had to X out. I was looking for something else and found that along the way. God damn it, man. Boom. All right, here we go. This is what I was looking for. Jesus fucking Christ. Yesterday, January 14th, 237 humanitarian aid trucks were inspected and transferred to the Gaza Strip. This is the highest number of aid trucks transferred to Gaza in one day since the start of the war. Our fight is with Hamas, not with the people of Gaza. So, okay. 237 trucks for 2 million people is like, this is pathetically, like, inadequate. This is, like, insultingly inadequate. Forlorn, thank you for gifting to Mander. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. That's fucking, like... This is the highest number of aid trucks transferred to Gaza in one day since the start of the war. They already frame it in this sentence as if they are the ones allowing them in, allowing the trucks into Gaza, which is the case. So why isn't it the case that, why is it that 237, something that is so woefully inadequate, is the highest number of humanitarian aid trucks that have been allowed in since the start of the war, October 7th? It's been a while now, right? Why is 237 the highest number? Are you fucking serious? You're literally wielding something that is so disgusting and trying to spin it like it is you being super, like, you know, ethical and doing humanitarian aid and worried about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Look at how good the state of Israel is to the Palestinians, chat. Amazing.
This mother at a soup kitchen says, in the end, humans have dignity and self-esteem. I'm still a human. The suffering in Gaza fueling rallies from London and Italy to Washington.
How can the world tolerate this?
As Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu vows to bring every hostage home and to keep fighting until the end.
In Tel Aviv's Hostage Square, they have set up a reenactment of a Hamas tunnel.
No. Oh my God, okay.
Where Israeli captives are being...
Are they also going to set up, are they going to build like a reenactment of the fucking, of the IDF soldiers pumping them, those tunnels full of seawater? Are they going to do that? Are they going to create that reenactment too? Oh my God, dude. Oh.
Held Israelis leading messages on the wall saying, bring them home now.
Yeah, writing messages, nice heartfelt messages on the walls of a fake Hamas tunnel, just like people are writing messages on the bombs that are being dropped over Gaza where hostages are being held. It's just, man, stop.
Noam Perry hoping her 79-year-old father Chaim will hear this message.
Daddy, we know it's hell. We know each day feels like eternity, but we beg you to hold on.
Josh Letterman, NBC News, Tel Aviv.
I wonder if you would maybe say that to Netanyahu's face. Like, look in the eyes of Benjamin Netanyahu and be like, yeah, I told my father to hold on, all right? We're going to get him out, right? From yesterday, probably people trying to access those same few trucks that were... yeah. Israeli occupation forces open fire on Palestinians in Gaza trying to get food after 100 days of bombing and starvation. Is this confirmed from yesterday, though? Either way, it's not a good situation. Not a good situation. All right, we got 12 minutes till the ad breaks are upon us. Before the ad break is back to ruin the fun. Let's fit in these couple of pieces here from Al Jazeera. Occupied West Bank raids. Israeli forces kill 2 teenage Palestinians. This is just over the weekend. And then we'll talk here. We'll finish up talking about the 2 captives killed in Israeli strikes, says the Al-Qassam brigades. So we're getting 2 different stories here so far on the 2 Israeli hostages that are reported to have been killed. We'll get into it.
His eyes open, says 6-year-old Qais Kanaan, as his brother's eyes are being shut forever. Too little to understand death, many here say being a Palestinian means he's too close to avoid it. 17-year-old Sliman was supposed to return to school.
Oh, I hit the wrong button. Hold on. What the fuck? I went into PNG mode on accident.
On Monday,
sorry, chat.
After a break. Instead, his brother, mother, and father said their final goodbyes. He has another brother in an Israeli military jail, detained under Israel's policy of arresting Palestinians without charge.
I don't know if my son Iser knows that his brother was killed. He is in Ofer military prison. Last I heard from him was on October 15th.
Sulaiman was with his 16-year-old friend Khalid near El Bire in the occupied West Bank. Both were shot and killed by Israeli forces late on Sunday. The street where they were shot is meters away from Khalid's home. It's near the illegal Israeli settlement of Beit El and close to an Israeli military tower.
People working in the area tell us that this is the place where Israeli soldiers
Thought they were gonna show it.
and killed Khalid and Sulaiman. They monitor Palestinian movement through these surveillance cameras.
The Israeli army radio accuses the 2 teens of throwing homemade explosives at Israeli soldiers, but Palestinians say they often cannot verify the Israeli narrative, leaving families with more questions than answers.
I don't know what happened. I don't even think he had money to go out. He gets a little pocket money from us.
Shireen says her son told her if he died to put his picture near his friends who were also killed by Israeli forces. He loved life, she says, and dreamt of one day becoming a journalist. But being born under Israel's occupation and living through its pain, his dream never came true. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, the occupied West Bank.
Not in Gaza, by the way.
Make sure to subscribe.
Not in Gaza, where resistance is not illegal under international law. Where it is in fact very legal to resist an occupying force in the West Bank. That is not where Hamas is. That is the West Bank. Completely different.
Subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
All right, now 2 captives killed in Israeli strikes, says the Al-Qassam brigades, which is Hamas. fucking horrible audio incoming. Let me fix it.
Has just released a new video that purportedly shows the dead bodies of 2 Israeli captives. The video shows a third captive who says the 2 were killed by Israeli military strikes on Gaza. She continues to plead for the war to end. Now, we're following this breaking story from Tel Aviv and from Gaza. In a moment, we'll go to Hani Mahmoud. First, though, let's go to Sarah Khairat in Tel Aviv. Tell us what we need to know about this video, Sarah. And just a word, we're choosing not to show it. These are people who are captive and who are speaking under duress. But tell us what we need to know.
Yeah, absolutely.
I appreciate them not showing that.
Absolutely. This is the second part of 2 videos. One was released overnight, and then they released the second one just in the last few minutes. Now, to give you an idea of who these are, they are 3 young individuals. One of them is a female, 2 of them male. Yesterday, in the first part of the video, you saw the video of all 3 of them talking to the camera. It wasn't clear when it was filmed, sending a message directly to the Israeli government and the Prime Minister himself, Benjamin Netanyahu, saying you need to return us home as soon as possible, and blaming them for the situation there in terms of airstrikes, and saying that they will possibly die. Then the second part today, you hear from the female who says that they had been hit several times by airstrikes, that they had actually been buried when the building they were held in was hit, and then says that Al-Qassam Brigade managed to take them out of the rubble, and it was when they were relocating, one of the males was killed, and also the third one, and then at the end of the video you see that they are dead. So
I mean, like, yeah, they're correct in doing they're being very responsible and as journalists, and saying that it is worth noting that that video was created while they are being held hostage, so it could be under duress. However, let's consider, like, what is the more likely situation here? What is the most likely situation? The surface of Gaza is being bombed to fucking smithereens relentlessly. The fucking tunnels are being flooded where the IDF have access to them. Like, it is very likely that somebody could at the very least get hurt, if not fucking killed and blown to fucking bits, indirectly, by any of these things. It is so much more likely. Especially given the fact that, like, the whole idea of taking hostages, which I denounce, which is horrible and should not have been done, is traumatizing, war crimes, etc. The idea of taking a hostage is to have leverage. So, like, let's just think, what is the most likely situation
it's
here?
going to be incredibly hard for the families to see this. And if anything, let's remind you that yesterday was 100 days. The kind of language that was used at that rally was very different to what we've been hearing. We heard not just from the families of those captives, but also from those that have been involved with helping them and supporting them. Now, we know that some of the families of those captives were visiting Qatar about last week, and they mentioned this yesterday, saying that they had spoken to the Qataris to ensure that more was being done, and almost really reading between the lines, saying that it's...
Wait, I haven't seen those flags before. It's just a heart. It's the pink Israeli flag, but instead of the Star of David, it's a heart.
Because of us taking matters into our own hands, we managed
What
to
does that
secure
one
this
mean?
deal where medicine should be delivered through the Red Cross. This has been agreed on. It hasn't happened. But this is only going to up the pressure on the government, and certainly very painful for the families to see this video.
Absolutely. And this, I assume, will further reveal what is right now a fault line among the Israeli decision makers within the war cabinet on what Israel should do now and what...
Okay, real quick. Complete aside. I fucking need a pink megaphone just because I need one.
Among the Israeli decision makers within the war cabinet on what Israel should do now and what is the best way to secure the release of the hostages. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, from hearing what the Prime Minister just said yesterday, he said that the war must go on. They've actually upped the budget. They've amended this year's budget because of the rising costs of this war. And he said that it's this that's going to help lead to the victory. Interestingly,
You would be an absolute menace with a pink megaphone. True.
yesterday, one of the family members was on stage speaking, saying, how long do you want us to wait? Do you want us to wait 100 more days? And many of them actually said, you said you would secure this country. You said that you would have got rid of Hamas by now, and you haven't. They said, we are...
How pink became the color of the anti-Netanyahu protests? From Haaretz? Oh my. Whoa. Oh my god, it was it has a green top and it's red. So my mind immediately went to sriracha, and I was like, "Oh my god. Sriracha extinguisher, like gigantic sriracha dispenser, better back up. Fucking better back up, bro. That shit hot." Oh no. Sriracha pepper spray, yeah. How pink became the color of the anti-Netanyahu protests, the feminine color of power, the color of hope, optimism, and love. Activists explain how pink spread from a small group of artists to take over the protests. It's giving liberal. It's giving fucking liberal. Holy crap. On September 19th, right before Israel's second lockdown started, a group of young women and few men donned pink bathing suits, pink bandanas, and defied the government's instructions not to protest. They went back to beach, or they went down to a beach. Where did I get? They went down to a beach in Tel Aviv carrying pink signs that said, "Preserving the right to demonstrate." Dubbed the Pink Front, these young activists are responsible for the protests against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu morphing into pink. The takeover happened in a few stages, starting in July, when a group of protesters calling themselves the Balba Team, the landlords. Huh? What? Started using a group of veteran protest groups could come to the Prime Minister's residence every Friday. All kinds of youngsters, Jerusalemites, many of them artists and nightlife people. This is very fucking liberal. Oh God, it's the Israeli pussy hat, right? It's giving pussy hat. She said it was also an attempt to be more positive. Yeah, totally. Sick. How does the Pink Front feel about genocide? I'm just curious. Anarchists? Leftists? These protesters used to vote Bibi. What? Alright, they want to be Pussy Riot so bad. Damn. Alright, whatever. Cool. Fun. I hope they had fun.
Still facing security threats in those southern towns and in the northern borders. And they said, and still...
Yeah, anarchists voting Bibi Netanyahu. What the fuck? What are we talking about right now? A powerful 6 seconds with no words for anyone, saying Israel is trying to minimize civilian deaths. Tofu. Israeli warplanes destroyed a residential tower in the middle of Gaza City. Jesus. Yeah, what was that coverage we were what was that shit we were it was like Friday where some motherfuckers were trying to say that like when people talk about the damage to infrastructure in Gaza, they're not considering how much of the damage was done by Hamas booby traps and like, you know, bad rockets or like misfiring like rockets. Okay. both of those things, a lot of the times, are homemade. Okay. 1. 2, a fucking grenade tied to a fucking handle or some shit. Like, what kind of booby trap does this? And how many misfires does it take to level entire fucking neighborhoods? How many fucking missiles need to misfire constantly in all parts of Gaza for it to do this? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, Israel truly thinks that the world is fucking stupid. It's like, you're kidding me, right? Yeah, totally. Because booby traps and misfiring rockets are absolutely capable of the destruction that we've seen in Gaza. Fucking, yeah. Totally.
Those captives are still being held in Gaza, while the government and the military keep saying that it's only full force.
You don't understand, Topu. What misfired was Dr. Octopus's fusion reactor experiment. Unfortunately, Spider-Man wasn't there to stop him because he lives in New York. Fuck, the blockade, man. Fuck, dude. The blockade, land, sea, and air. No fucking Spider-Man.
War that will bring them back. But what we're seeing is very different. Really, the way they came back was through a ceasefire deal, and that's when more than half of them were returned. So speaking to some of those in the square, we asked them, we said, do you want a ceasefire? They said, we want an end to the war if this means bringing them all back. They said this has taken far too long. They actually really thought that this would have been under control, and it's become a lot more complicated, and certainly no movement on another ceasefire. And in terms of the government, well, they are still going ahead with this war, and they've said that it will continue for the rest of the year. Cyril.
Sarah Hayrat reporting from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Sarah. I want to bring in Hani Mahmoud. You're joining us from Rafah in southern Gaza, Hani. So with this video release, we're seeing Hamas use what is possibly its most effective tool to put pressure on Israel, Hani.
I mean, I hate that it's even being, this is Al Jazeera even, like, I hate that it's being framed as like, that's like a strategy, which, like, I guess, sure, but it also, like, it's a fucking reality. Like, I guess you could say it's like a tactic, a military tactic to just like, when the situation is dire, just tell the truth and say the fucking situation is dire. Like, okay, yeah, like, how can you deny, not that Al Jazeera is, but how can you deny that Israeli, like, hostages, Israeli and American, by the way, there's still one American hostage being held as apparently in Gaza. How can you say that hostages held in Gaza are not in danger from the constant bombardment by the IDF? Like, how can you say that? How is that in any way logical? There's like, you're the mental gymnastics required to tell yourself that it is only dangerous and effective specifically to terrorists and not, like, you know, killing innocent people, civilians, and Israeli hostages alike. Like, it's insane.
Yes, that is correct, and it looks like Hamas is very, very careful and always when it directs messages to the world, but more seemingly calculated messages when they are directed to the Israeli government or the Israeli military. We've seen that in the past, and from the first videos of hostages that before a ceasefire was reached. But this time, what looks like Hamas is putting a pressure in order to what it looks like.
Yes, I mean, such is the nature of most conflicts anyway. It's insane how much information we've gotten in real time. You know, it's like, what a time to be alive. The amount of information that we do get in real time out of war zones, the conflict zones. I mean, this is not a war, but you know what I mean. It's bonkers. But even still, such like just like any other conflict of the past, you will definitely continue to learn new things as they surface over the years to come. I mean, who knows how long this is going to go on, one, and two, like the information could be continuing to come out for fucking, like you said, decades from now. Just like the war in Iraq, and just like, you know, insert fucking name of conflict here.
The private and the public discussion over the release of the hostages and over pushing Israel into the negotiation table or come to a ceasefire deal. The not so subtle message, though, in here is appears to be that if you do not come to negotiation, if you do not get to a ceasefire deal and then into this aggression on Gaza and into the mass killing of Palestinians, you will also be killing the hostages. And I think that's the punchline that is directed to the Israeli public. And it happens to be a statement made by the Israeli defense minister right after the video was released, and catalog a few of the points, the primary among them, the fact that the military operations in the northern part of Gaza has come to an end and soon enough will be completed in the southern part. And there seems to be a link between the pressure that has already been put on the Israeli public just to push the negotiations further into reaching a deal, a ceasefire deal. And we just heard a report coming from Egypt that it was given a green light by the Israeli government.
Oh my God. Rhizom's new emote is I mean, it's literally Rise cute, but this is so adorable. Oh my God. I love this. I fucking love it.
To go forward with pushing and getting a deal of releasing hostages. So it looks like we're coming into that direction, and the Hamas played the cards very well.
Hani Mahmoud reporting from Rafah in the southern part of Gaza. Thank you very much. Gideon Levy is a columnist with the Israeli daily Haaretz. You're live with us from Tel Aviv. Gideon, I wanted to start by getting your thoughts on this latest hostage video that Hamas has released.
First of all, it wasn't released yet in Israel. It wasn't published even.
Wow, really?
And it's quite shocking because...
Wait. Whoa.
You know, I understand the psychological warfare that Hamas is conducting.
This is the lone democracy in the Middle East, by the way.
But there should be some borders, and to play like this yesterday, to release photos of them.
Yeah, pajama. They're as good as dead to the Israeli government. And like I've said time and time again, I've said the same thing over and over again. They are worth more as an idea, as a concept, to justify the further genociding of the Palestinian people than they are as alive and home in the and healthy and home in the arms of their loved ones. That doesn't suit, that doesn't suit the agenda. Just straight up. They are worth more in Gaza than they are alive and healthy and home in the arms of their loved ones.
And today, the opposite. I think there should be some borders that even Hamas shouldn't cross. It doesn't serve anything. In any case, if you ask me what will be the reaction in Israel, it will be a reaction of, again, look at the...
Yeah, Union, nice. Elon bots on Twitter too, yeah.
...that we are dealing with, and we cannot trust them, and we should just eliminate them and crush them. Nothing good will come out of it.
If the effect is to cause shock awe, fear situation within the Israeli public? I mean, will they see this video and will it work?
First of all, I don't think the video will be screened. It will be published, but not screened, because there is a tendency in Israeli media not to screen the full videos that Hamas releases, including not the one from yesterday. They only publish the stills photos, but not the videos. But this is not so important. There is a public pressure on the government to do anything possible to release the hostages. There was a big rally on Saturday night, a very big rally of 24 hours, Sunday into Sunday. But by the end of the day, the very clear word of saying stop the war in order to release them is not the main voice that I hear from the protests. And if this is not the main voice that comes out from the protest, so it's a little vague and it's not very effective. Who doesn't want in Israel to see the hostages alive? No doubt about it. Who doesn't want them to be free at home? By the end
So he's saying there's not a united message in this movement. Some people don't see a ceasefire as the way to get the hostages home. I think those people are fucking delusional.
Babies and old people and women and even soldiers. But I don't see this pressure getting to a very critical moment in which the government will have to leave everything and obey the protest. We are not there.
Right, so that would explain why Benjamin Netanyahu has seemed largely impervious to these protests and to that pressure. It's because the center of gravity of opinion in the Israeli public is in favor of continuing this war.
Unfortunately so, yeah, absolutely. You defined it better than me. You don't need me. That's exactly the point. The gravity is still continuing the war, punishing Hamas. Obviously, again, I don't want to be misunderstood. Everyone wants to see the hostages get released.
Sure.
But not everyone is ready to pay the full price.
Gideon Levy, we really appreciate you joining us at such short notice this hour to discuss this. Thank you very much.
Pay the full price, meaning like put the effort in and go against like the mainstream narrative. I mean, it's kind of confusing, but man. All right, chat. We're going to look at more of that 24-hour rally to demand help for Israeli captives. We'll look closer at that. Then we'll look at Brandon's election year Gaza problem and China calling for an independent, fully sovereign state of Palestine. Oh my goodness gracious. To be clear, this matches the public position of the United States. Okay, so before we get into that, and then if we have time, we'll look at this GDF debunking Israel's defense speed run. Nice, and then we'll look at other stuff. We got like new Fantano stuff. We got some new Snap Makes Beats stuff. We got new Heinbach. We got a proper people that we could check out. It's an hour long, though. Abandoned asylum for the incurable insane. Little Herb X. We have foodie content. Bro, we got so much. We got so much that we could get into, chat, after the politics stuff. But here's the thing, chat. Before we continue on, we have to run an ad break because it has been more than an hour since our last ad break. But don't you worry, because here at the Tofu Goes broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But here's the thing. If you would like to support the stream and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you've got to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubscribed friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way, they may also be able to enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes as well as an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. Yo, Durang Dank, thank you for helping out Reclaw Codes with the subby. And now they can avoid the ads and hang out and jam out with the chat and use the emotes. Very pog. Very poggers. Thank you so much, Durang Dank. Thank you. Now, because of Durang Dank, we are at 12 out of 25 for the daily sub goal, pretty much halfway through. Thank you so much for all the support so far. I really appreciate it. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, if you enjoy this comfy little community that we've created for ourselves on the interwebs, please do consider supporting. That way we can continue to do this full time. If you are unsubscribed, say hi in the chat. Make sure you say what's up, and maybe somebody will see you and shoot you a gifty. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB.
В конце вам, как всегда, прокричит зайчик.
Okay, we're back. Yo, Orchestrand, thank you so much for the gifty to Kalatron. Thank you so much. And who else? Durang Dang, thank you for gifting to Chris the Nerd. And Orchestrand, another gifty to Environmental Frog. And Durang Dang, another gifty to Reclaw Codes. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very poggers. Now we're at 15 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Oh my gosh. That's pretty fucking cool. Thank you, chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you got a gifty, please make sure to thank the person that gifted you. Do it. All right. Where were we? We did that. You know what? We'll skip this. We kind of already talked about. We kind of just talked about this. So we'll skip that. But we'll go to now Brandon's election year problem from Al Jazeera. And China calls for an independent, fully sovereign state of Palestine from Al Jazeera. And then we'll look at this from GDF. Debunking Israel's defense speedrun. Pog. U.S. President Joe Brandon was heckled about a ceasefire in Gaza at an event.
There's no light.
This is old.
Without light, there's no path from this darkness.
Wait, that's the same quote that Israel used in the tweet. Oh my God, that's literally the same quote that Israel used in their fucking tweet on MLK Day. Oh my fucking God, dog. Oh my fucking God, dog. Was this? That was a minute 39. What is it? It's a. We'll hold on to it for a second. Brandon isn't campaigning for the primary, so he can avoid a strong stance on this. Then he'll campaign for the presidency hard once this is over, and he can focus on an election issue. Tofu watch. What happens though when the more likely thing happens? What happens when the conflict doesn't stop before November? You know what I mean? We'll see how that turns out. It's looking pretty bad for him, but at the same time, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's looking good for like an opponent. You know what I'm saying? I still think that like regardless, the majority opinion among the people that he's really courting is like indifferent at best, but pro-Israel most likely. So we'll see. I mean, we'll see. Then he loses and we all die. Fuck Joe, what a joke. It's at an end. It does see it. We have Israel withdrawing from a lot of places, but they're saddling up for a more protracted like conflict, which has me thinking that it probably won't. It will exist for a good while going forward, just in a really like after a while at a certain at a lesser form, I guess, to see like to what extent and what that lesser form really looks like. I mean, we just have to kind of wait and see. It's kind of hard to say. More likely thing that he dies and crumbles to dust like in the Dark Crystal. Over my beautiful orange boy. Did my beautiful orange boy win his caucus? Yep, caucus. Yeah, he did. He sure did. He's going to hang his campaign on Israel, and we're going to explode. I still see him going the Bidenomics route, which is like a huge loser. I don't know. It's just looking like shit. I still think that Brandon has is more likely to win in a matchup. I still think that. I do worry, however, that he's getting fucking old as shit, and time, father time or whatever the fuck may have different plans, We'll see. Final stages are weakening of the Houthis and repatriation of the settlements into Egypt and Jordan. I mean, there's there's still a lot. There's still a lot of things in between. I don't know. There's still a lot of things in the way of all of that. The further weakening of the Houthis is also, what does that look like? A more involved United States presence in the region, boots on the ground. Like that doesn't spell conflict ending. That spells conflict escalating and a higher likelihood that it would go forever. Not forever, but for a long time. Let's continue. Abortion issue will decide the election. I think I agree with that. I think abortion will still remain the most important on a lot of people's for a lot of people, for most people. And immigration being what most Republicans care about is going to be, as it always has been, a huge loser for them. So all of the weakening support for Brandon, to me, doesn't spell like danger for his campaign. Yeah. Okay, this is so loud. I guess I should be reading this. These protesters targeted an airfield in Texas used by Brandon, who has faced criticism from many Americans over his support for Israel's war. One survey suggests 2/3 of Americans want a ceasefire in Gaza. Another poll said 72% of young people disapprove of Brandon's stance on Gaza. Yeah, I mean, that's true. We've talked about this a lot, and for a while now. That there is the most voters want a ceasefire. I think it's similar, however, to a much lesser extent to how the bring the Israeli bring the hostages home protest movement currently is divided by people who see the best way to get the hostages back home is a ceasefire, and some people see further escalation of violence or just military operations as the way to do that. In a similar way, even though most voters see or want a ceasefire, or at the very least prefer a ceasefire, not everybody thinks that because they see that they think that there's a genocide happening in Gaza, for example. So I don't know how much real effect it will have overall on a Brandon Trump matchup. I think that abortion will play a bigger role there. Because obviously, on that issue, on the issue of Israel-Palestine, Trump is not better, right? So I think that the likelihood of people just dropping out it's more likely that most people just don't vote. Provided the rights revisionism of SCOTUS is flagged as reported by. Are you saying yourself, Rock Oka? And voter apathy doesn't result in weakening of his base, Biden should win. With Brandon, there's a chance he can be pushed more left. I don't know about that. Young voters were an important contributor to Brandon's win in 2020. And an estimated 8 million Americans will be voting for the first time in 2024.
Joe Biden needs to put a ceasefire in place.
I'm sorry, this is kind of funny. What you doing down there? Just chilling.
I need to stop monopolizing the United Nations.
Among Arab Americans, support for the Democrats has fallen from 59% to 17% since the last election in 2020.
It has become very clear where the standards are for leadership in the world and where we as Americans, Arab Americans, Muslim Americans, and Americans of all walks of life want to see us reflected in our government. And this government not only does not reflect us, it is conducting something, a genocide. It's killing people, annihilating a whole population, trying to play it down in order to get votes.
A number of key swing states have notable Arab populations, and many are bigger than Brandon's majority in those states. I think there's kind of pointing to Michigan there. So this voter base alone could have a significant role in the 2024 election.
The sentiment in the Arab American and Muslim community is that they will not be voting for the Biden-Harris administration or campaign moving forward.
Now, China is calling for a large-scale...
All right, what was this that you sent, Celtic?
Also in a place far away.
22-year-old documents life in Gaza. Jesus.
That's the view from the balcony. There is literally no view. You can't see anything. I found really close to my house. That's my window right now. That's the view. People in the street are calling for ambulance, but there is no ambulance. We're all gathering at our neighbor's house. No internet, no electricity until now. It's around 7 p.m. We literally don't know what's happening in the world. Here we're just listening to bombs. No one knows anything, literally. Hi, I'm out of snow.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Our house is basically burning behind my back.
Damn, how could Hamas booby traps do this? Dang, that's a whole lot of misfired rockets from Islamic Jihad.
The more I walk, the speechless I get.
God, dude, the whole Yeah, it's not collective punishment though, chat. This is, I know what it looks like, but this is definitely not collective punishment, okay? Fuck, man. Those are Hamas. That was a Hamas neighborhood. There's a Hamas city. It's just the whole, yeah.
Their house and their house is still like that. The view here in Gaza, the situation is just getting worse. There are literally no words to describe what's happening. No electricity, no water, no internet. Like almost 90% of Gaza, they don't have connection. We can't even call each other. Also in a place far away from the wind.
That wind, that burst of wind right there is so wild.
Away from the wind. That's the view from the balcony.
That shit is crazy.
Also in a place far away from the wind. That's the view from the balcony.
Ay, ay, ay. All right. China calls for independent, fully sovereign state of Palestine. That's a sonic boom. Yeah, it's a blast shock wave.
Conference to discuss the establishment of a Palestinian state. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi also called for a ceasefire in Gaza during a meeting with the Egyptian Foreign Minister in Cairo. He says Beijing is worried about the growing threat of a wider conflict. Well, Katrina Yu joins us live now from Beijing. Katrina, we haven't heard much Chinese reaction since the Gaza war started. So what more did Wang Yi have to say then?
Well,
Obviously, China was very vocal after the initial beginning of the war in October and the weeks following. China called for a ceasefire rather quickly. It's also sent a special envoy. It's been quite vocal at the United Nations. But it is true that this is the most significant statement we've had on the crisis recently from Wang Yi. And he made these statements while on a tour of the Middle East and Africa. He's currently in Tunisia. And this statement was released after a stop in Egypt, where he met with the foreign minister there, as well as the Secretary General of the League of Arab States. Now, what Wang Yi is calling for, the foreign minister from China is calling for, is a large-scale peace conference to discuss the implementation of a two-state solution, one that Wang Yi says must be authoritative and effective. And it seems that China feels that not enough is being done by the international community to bring an end to this crisis, and that China is disappointed that there hasn't been any sort of concrete solution that's come out of the processes at the United Nations. Now, if you go...
Dang. Why? What's been getting in the way of the processes at the United Nations? I wonder.
Through this statement, it's also very clear that Wang Yi and Beijing are impatient, that this war has gone on now for 100 days. He reiterated the extreme loss of life, civilian life, the damage to infrastructure. And it's also very clear that Beijing is very worried about this conflict spiraling out of control, seeing now that it has spread to Yemen. And without mentioning Israel directly in this statement, what China wants is a peace conference by the international community, really to put more pressure on Tel Aviv and the leaders there to take more seriously the implementation and to work towards steps that will actually bring about a two-state solution.
All right, Katrina, you live for us there in Beijing. Katrina, thank you.
Okay. Now, let's end. How are we do? We're killing it on time. There's a book called The Job. It's an interview with William Burroughs, and in that he talks about the effects of sound and how it affects the body, etc. It's a very interesting read. What's up, Saj? Trying to call for a two-state solution so bold. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, to be clear, this is no different than what the current public United States stance is. Yeah, and obviously also we also realize that a two-state solution is not going to work due to the fact that the West Bank is completely riddled with illegal settlements, and in order to rid them, to move them out of the West Bank, that would clearly mean more bloodshed. There's no possible way to do a two-state solution, a full-on two-state solution. There's no way to return to the 1967 borders. The only way would be through a one-state solution where everybody, including Palestinians, of course, have equal rights under the same laws and enjoy the same court system, have equal political representation. Zionists do not want that because they see that as creating the foundation for a second Holocaust, which is, of course, ridiculous and requires of you Holocaust revisionism to believe it, to believe. UN Security Council, don't get one guide challenge level impossible. 2 Tylenol PM and back to sleep. I'm sleeping through this nightmare. Hey, catalepsy, I hope you're able to get some rest. Thanks for hanging. It's like, at that point, just build a whole new island like the UAE did. Is so desperate for some more beachfront property. Like, fuck. Like fuck, you have to do a genocide. I don't know if the Bible or the Torah talks about man-made islands in it, so I don't know. I'm not sure. But let's take a look at this from GDF, and we'll end our politics coverage today on this: debunking Israel's defense speed run. Let's go.
I watched
Hold on. Goddamn. All right. Now that I fixed the audio, let's watch this. Remember, we watched it ourselves, and we had our own, I had, I guess, my own takes and my own analysis and my own breakdown of the defense when we went over it last week. All the VODs are up if you're curious and you want to look through that. And yeah, let's do it. Debunking Israel's defense speedrun.
I watched Israel's response to South Africa. Let's get right into it.
The court meets this morning to hear the State of Israel present its single round of oral argument in the case concerning application of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide.
Okay, already you gotta turn their volume up because when you come back in, it's gonna be so loud. I already know. Ugh.
Gaza Strip, South Africa versus Israel. I shall now give the floor to the co-agent of Israel, Mr. Tal Becker. You have the floor, Excellency.
If there have been acts that may be characterized as genocidal, then they have been perpetrated against Israel.
There needs to be a capacity or a capability to commit a genocide. To be able to engage in the level of violence associated with genocide, perpetrators need time to develop the capacity to do so, mobilize the resources, and take concrete steps that will help them to achieve their objective. The Hamas incursion was repelled in a couple days.
When Israel withdrew all its soldiers and civilians from Gaza in 2005, it left a coastal area with the potential to become a political and economic success story.
In 2012, Amira Haas wrote for Haaretz an article
so much
confirming
louder.
the existence of a so-called Red Lines document. The Red Lines document calculates the minimum number of calories needed by every age and gender group in Gaza, 2,279 calories per person per day. From this, they reduced the quantity of fruits and vegetables, milk, and meat and poultry. The idea is to put the Palestinians on a diet, but not to make them die of hunger. The quantity of fruit and vegetables Gaza could produce for itself was expected to decline from 1,000 tons a day to 500 within a few months due to the Israeli ban on bringing in seeds, as well as the ban on exporting produce.
Remarkably,
This seems pretty, asymmetric. Chat, what do you guys think?
described the suffering in Gaza as unparalleled and unprecedented.
The devastation and the scale of the campaign was affirmed by none other than an investigation by the Washington Post. The evidence shows that Israel has carried out its war in Gaza at a pace and level of devastation.
I pull this reporting up all the fucking time, over and over again. I pull up the same fucking New York Times article talking about how civilians have been killed at a historic pace that has been unmatched by any conflict in the last 100 years.
Exceeds any recent conflict.
It's worth noting over and over again.
1.5 times the size of northern Gaza. However, nearly twice as many structures were destroyed in northern Gaza in 7 weeks as were destroyed in Aleppo over 3 years. There's also Mosul, Iraq. In Iraq, as reported by the Associated Press on December 22nd, during the 2014 to 2017 campaign to defeat the Islamic State in Iraq, the U.S.-led coalition carried out nearly 15,000 strikes across the country. By comparison, the Israeli military said they conducted 22,000 strikes in the last week.
What is actually unprecedented is the degree to which Hamas has entrenched itself within the civilian population.
Dog, that shit is the most annoying thing. It's like everything is going to be blamed on Hamas, right? And this is going to be the number one argument, is that Hamas has entrenched itself in the civilian population, as if Gaza isn't the size that it is with the population that it has. Like, it's like, no shit, dude. No fucking shit. No shit. That doesn't give you the right to kill that many civilians. If anything, that gives you a bigger responsibility, right? To work with precision. But you're obviously not doing that, despite your capability.
Strip with thousands of access points and terrorist hubs located in homes, mosques, UN facilities, schools, and perhaps most shockingly, hospitals. Every civilian casualty in this conflict is a human tragedy.
The current Israeli war cabinet includes Gadi Eisenkot, who, in 2008, while IDF chief of Northern Command, conceived the Dahia Doctrine, whereby civilian areas will be disproportionate.
I literally have that fucking... The Dahia Doctrine, I have it fucking bookmarked. For this fucking reason too. Like, it's just like, dude, if you want intent, like, I don't know what to tell you. It's all over the fucking place. It's all over the fucking place.
Attacked by Israel in response to rocket attacks. Israel would take one important lesson away from its war with Lebanon: its complete obliteration of the Beirut suburb of Dahia, and a new initiative led by former IDF Chief of Staff Gadi Eisenkot would bear its name. What happened in the Dahia quarter of Beirut in 2006 will happen in every village from which Israel is fired on. This isn't a suggestion. This is a plan that has already been authorized. Retired Major General Giora Island would invoke Dahia in his policy prescription for Israel in the event of another war with Lebanon. Serious damage to the Republic of Lebanon, the destruction of homes and infrastructure, and the suffering of hundreds of thousands of people are consequences that can influence Hezbollah's behavior more than anything else. According to several Israeli officials, as reported in an investigation by the Israeli 972 magazine, the bombing of power targets meaning private residences as well as public buildings, infrastructure, and high-rise blocks, which sources say the army defines as power targets, is mainly intended to harm Palestinian civil society, to create a shock that, among other things, will reverberate powerfully and lead civilians to put pressure on Hamas.
It's like, it's so funny. That's the Dahia Doctrine. I mean, it's to put, so the civilians get fed up with it, and then they overthrow Hamas or whatever. As if this doesn't just create more radicalization. Like, are you joking? I wonder how people got radicalized in the first place and joined fundamentalist movements. Like, you're giving people like less and less options, less and less to live for. You're telling me that this doesn't create more radicalized individuals who then seek to join the ranks of Hamas? Like, that's crazy, man. Come on. Come on, guys.
Told how many thousands of casualties are in fact militants. Israel's lawful aims in Gaza have been clearly and repeatedly articulated by its Prime Minister.
You must remember what Amalek has done to you, says our Holy Bible, and we do remember, and we are fighting.
Its Defense Minister.
We'll remember that it was on October 9th when Defense Minister Yoav Gallant announced
no food, no water.
Like, that was right off the bat. And this is a war crime. This alone should show intent. This alone should honestly make the case. This video alone should make the case pretty much fucking sealed. Like, come on. You need intent? This is a war crime. This is collective punishment. Right off the bat. And this was before there were 24,000 dead. This was before that happened.
No gas, it's all closed. We're fighting animals and are acting accordingly.
Just days later, he told troops, amid growing tensions with Lebanon, he revealed,
"It is the citizens of Lebanon that will pay the price of these kinds of mistakes. What we are doing in Gaza, we can do in Beirut."
And all members of the War Cabinet. As the Prime Minister reaffirms, Israel seeks neither to permanently occupy Gaza.
With regard to bringing the population back, in the words of Israeli Minister of Foreign Affairs Eli Cohen, at the end of this war, not only will Hamas no longer be in Gaza, but the territory of Gaza will also decrease.
Or to displace its civilian population.
On December 14th, the World Food Program published a food security update where they reported that more then 85% of the population of Gaza have been displaced.
And I now invite Professor Malcolm.
85% of like 2-point-something million.
Shah.
Hamas's explicit goal is to eradicate Jewish life from the Holy Land.
Setting aside the fact that Hamas rarely invokes the Charter, according to a 2009 report from the United States Institute of Peace, a federal institution, which read, "The Charter itself contains statements that reflect a lack of hostility toward Jews on the basis of religion. For example, as Article 31
But
states."
no. We like the 1988 Charter that says otherwise, okay? That's the Charter we refer to.
It's under Islam. The followers of the three religions, Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, may coexist peacefully and safely. According to the RAND Corporation, the major defense think tank, Hamas dropped the language explicitly calling for Israel's destruction, which suggests an effort by Hamas to portray itself as more of an Islamic national liberation movement.
These atrocities do not justify violations of the law in reply, still less genocide. But they do justify, mandate even, the exercise of the legitimate and inherent right of a state to defend itself.
You can't invoke self-defense to justify criminal behavior, per the Rome Statute. The fact that the person was involved in a defensive operation conducted by forces shall not in itself constitute a ground for excluding criminal responsibility. Further, the Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia ruled in its decision for Milan Martic that the rule which states that reprisals against the civilian population as such, or individual civilians, are prohibited in all circumstances, even when confronted by wrongful behavior of the other party, is an integral part of customary international law and must be respected in all armed conflicts. Reprisals must always be proportionate to the attacks to which they are responding and must never aim at civilians or protected objects. If these conditions are not respected, then it is an act of revenge.
That Israeli forces have transgressed some of the rules of conflict, then the matter will be tackled at the appropriate...
Like if proportion is key to these laws, it's GG. It's GG. Because, as we know, this didn't begin on October 7th. And proportion, if you want to talk proportion, it's worth noting the history pre-October 7th. It's worth noting the limiting of food and supplies and certain goods from entering Gaza. It's worth noting all of these things that were happening before October 7th for fucking decades.
Appropriate time by Israel's robust and independent legal system.
The last large-scale invasion of the Gaza Strip was in 2014, Operation Protective Edge, as it was called, which Amnesty International called deliberate destruction and targeting of civilian buildings and property on a large scale carried out without military necessity. "I've never seen such massive destruction ever before," said then Red Cross Chief Peter Maurer. Yet only 4 Israeli officers were convicted of any wrongdoing. The harshest sentence was 7 months for stealing a credit card. 2 soldiers who used a 9-year-old child as a human shield received 3-month suspended sentences. No jail.
Human shields.
Israel's withdrawal of its civilian and military presence from Gaza in 2005, which brought an end to its belligerent occupation.
It's more popular to say that Gaza is somehow free from Israeli control, even though it enforces what a UN report described as a medieval military blockade, controlling imports and exports, export taxes, the territorial waters and airspace, and has blocked the building of an airport and seaport. They control electricity lines, the underwater cable that phone calls are placed on, the network.
No, but Hamas, Hamas is evil because they refuse to build up the infrastructure and raise the quality of life for people in Gaza. You know why? It's Hamas's fault that they don't progress at all, because they're the ones choosing to steal from the people of Gaza and choose not to build infrastructure. It's so fucking stupid.
That provides internet and the
so fucking stupid
to Palestinian cell phone companies. There's a reason Human Rights Watch, the International Committee of the Red Cross, the United Nations, and Israel's leading expert on international law, Professor Yoram Dinstein of Tel Aviv University, have all concluded that Gaza is occupied by Israel and is therefore responsible for its population. it has failed considerably.
Damn, look at all those Hamas booby traps and misfired Islamic Jihad missiles. Damn.
At maintaining their well-being. Michael Link, Special Rapporteur on Human Rights in the Palestinian Territories, reported in 2022, Gaza had undergone a multi-decade process of de-development and de-industrialization, resulting in a 45% unemployment rate and 60% poverty rate, with 80% of the population dependent on some form of international assistance. As B'Tselem concludes, Israel has continued to control nearly every aspect of life in Gaza from outside.
And I now give the floor to Ms. Galit Ragwan. You have the floor.
The application presents Israel's call to civilians to evacuate areas of intensive hostilities, quote, as an act calculated to bring about its physical destruction, quote. This is a particularly egregious allegation. Evacuation of civilians is recognized under international humanitarian law as one of the measures that may be implemented to protect civilians from the effects of ongoing hostilities. Indeed, such evacuation may even amount to a duty that the party to the conflict has towards civilians.
Israel's Energy Minister Israel Katz made it clear when he said, all the civilian population in Gaza is ordered to leave immediately. We will win. They will not receive a drop of water or a single battery until they leave the world. Indeed, the alternative to leaving was declared in no uncertain terms by Defense Minister Yoav Gallant.
Leave where? The planets. You gotta... This existence? Yeah, that's right. This dimension? God. Forced emigration out of this realm of existence. Fucking hell.
Want to save their life? Please go south.
And by IDF leaflets and cell phone audio messages. Your presence north of Wadi Gaza puts your life in danger. Whoever chooses not to leave North Gaza to the south of Wadi Gaza might be identified as an accomplice in a terrorist organization. And the destruction of homes and property ensured that there's nowhere for them to go back to. In the trial judgment for Mladen Neledilic and Vinko Martinovic, the Criminal Tribunal for Yugoslavia interpreted that the deliberate destruction of homes was indicative of intent to displace civilians. When a genuine evacuation takes...
Is this a British soldier in... Wait, where's this? This is a British soldier in Ireland? I mean, I saw... Northern Ireland, I believe. Hold up. I got some here. I got some for you. Oh, geez. Look, here we go. This is... Whoa, my audio just fucking freaked out. That was so weird. Did you guys hear that? What the fuck? Don't let the black and white picture fool you. This was the 60s. Most of these monsters are still alive and collecting a pension. British people should forever be reminded of how they treated the Yemeni people. I don't think there's audio, actually. Colonizer moment. Look at that kicking dirt on his face and shit. That shit. Just totally normal behavior. Sick. Yeah, I just like... what I can't even imagine. I mean, I can't imagine because I wouldn't. Like, I'd rather be shot in the fucking back of the head for like abandonment, you know what I mean? Than be forced to, in the name of my country, like do anything like that. It's just, man. Anyway.
Place, there is an obligation to bring the population back when the hostilities have ended. No attempts to return them were made. In fact, most of their houses were torched.
The IDF
Dude,
contains a civilian
audio is so bad. Oh my God.
harm mitigation unit. It works
Please. So much louder when he fucking speaks. Oh my God.
to provide advance notice of areas in which the IDF intends to intensify its activities.
Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant ordered over 1 million residents in Gaza's north to relocate south. Gaza's north contains all of Gaza City and the largest hospital in all of the Gaza Strip, Al-Shifa. The New York Times also reports that while fleeing, an Israeli airstrike struck a convoy of vehicles trying to flee the north along a main highway. Despite the evacuation order to separate Hamas from the civilian population, Israel is still bombing the south, which is crammed with hundreds of thousands of fleeing refugees. And as I reported days ago, last Tuesday, the IDF spokesperson said the emphasis is on damage rather than on precision.
Israel has publicly stated repeatedly that there is no limit on the amount of food.
Then what the fuck? Wait.
This is on damage.
Monday night, Israelis were told by the Home Post to prepare for a safe place. Tuesday morning, IDF spokesperson Adam Daniel Hagari made the startling admission that, quote, hundreds of tons of bombs have already been dropped on the tiny strip, adding that the emphasis is on damage and not accuracy. Okay, well, that sounds like indiscriminate then, right? That sounds like a long way to say indiscriminate.
Rather than on precision.
Israel has publicly stated repeatedly that there is no limit on the amount of food, water, shelter, or medical supplies that can be brought into Gaza.
I wanted to begin with a new report from Human Rights Watch. The Israeli government is using starvation of civilians as a method of warfare in the Gaza Strip, which is a war crime. Israeli forces are deliberately blocking the delivery of water, food, and fuel. They remind us that this was not an unfortunate, unintended consequence of war, but a plan which was openly stated ad nauseum by Israeli officials. The Israeli energy minister, the one who oversees the supply of energy into Gaza, stated on October 16th, "I strongly oppose the opening of the blockade and the introduction of goods into Gaza on humanitarian grounds." According to Human Rights Watch, the Israeli army to Gaza...
He said, our commitment is to the families of the murdered, and the kidnapped hostages, not to the Hamas murderers and those who aided them. So basically, there's nobody in Gaza that didn't, that everybody in Gaza is either a murderer themselves or somebody who aids them. Meaning there are no innocent people in Gaza. There are no innocent people in Gaza.
On humanitarian grounds. According to Human Rights Watch, the Israeli army has also been employing bulldozers, in an example that can hardly
Those are humanitarian bulldozers. Okay? And they're not... I know what you're thinking. Why are they bulldozing those homes? No, they are hugging them. Closely.
Called unintentional. Since the beginning of the Israeli military's ground offensive on October 20th.
That is a hug. That is hugging. That is love, okay? That is not what you think it is.
7th, satellite imagery reviewed by Human Rights Watch indicates that orchards, greenhouses, and farmland in northern Gaza have been razed. The razing of agricultural land continued in northern Gaza during the 7-day ceasefire, which began on November 24th and ended on December 1st, when the Israeli military was in direct control of the area. Farmers in this area planted crops such as citrus fruit, potatoes, dragon fruit, and prickly pear. contributing to the livelihoods of Palestinians in Gaza. Other crops include tomatoes, cabbage, and strawberries. Some plots were raised in a day. Trees that yield citrus fruit, as well as the cacti that yield dragon fruit, take years of care to mature before they can yield fruit.
Yeah, like olive trees too.
High-resolution satellite imagery shows bulldozers were used to destroy fields and orchards. Tracks are visible, as well as mounds of earth on the edges of the former plots.
Yeah, Xenomonic. Those humanitarian bulldozers were just gently moving. They were just hugging and kissing, ancestors of the Palestinians, Palestinian ancestors. That's just like how much they actually care about the Palestinian people. They wanted to get close to their dead, right? And show them proper respects.
Euromed Monitor gives us further understanding of the sheer desperation of the situation in a recent report on starvation. Comprising a sample of 1,200 people in Gaza, Euromed Monitor concluded that more than 71% of participants reported that they suffer from extreme hunger. 98% say they eat insufficient amounts of food, and 64% admitted they had eaten grass, immature, and expired food.
Grass?
Mr. Omri Sender to address the court. You have the floor.
Access to water has also been a priority.
According to OCHA, or the UN Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, on November 4th and 5th, 7 water facilities across the Gaza Strip were directly hit and sustained major damage, including 3 sewage pipelines in Gaza City, 2 water reservoirs in Gaza City, Rafah, and Jabalia refugee camp, and 2 water wells in Rafah. The Gaza municipality warned about the imminent risk of sewage flooding. Indeed, the targeting of water infrastructure
that seems
Euromed
sanitary.
to describe Israel's campaign as a war of starvation. The Israeli war of starvation has taken very dangerous turns, including cutting off all food supplies to the northern half and bombing and destroying factories, bakeries, food stores, water stations, and tanks throughout the entire factories, bakeries, food stores.
Oh my God. Like, these are... Look at how... Chat, I need you to understand, these are whole ass buildings. Like, these are... Like, each one of those, I assume, is like a window, right? Like, I need you to understand how big this is. This is fucking insane. This is like the span of 3 blocks.
To the northern half and bombing and destroying factories, bakeries.
Yeah, that's a booby trap. Those are Hamas booby traps.
Food stores, water stations, and tanks throughout the entire enclave. Prior to the ongoing Israeli war, 70%
most moral military, by the way,
of the Gaza Strip's children suffered from varying health issues, including malnutrition, anemia, and weakened immunity. However, Euromed Monitor said the number has increased to over 90% as a result of the unprecedented Israeli attacks.
COGAT, the unit in the Ministry of Defense in charge of monitoring the humanitarian situation.
COGAT, or the Office of Coordination of Government Activities in the Territories, is the unit in the Ministry of Defense in charge of monitoring the humanitarian situation in Gaza. In his words, here's COGAT's director, Ghassan Alian, head of the Coordinator of Government Activities in the Territories, explained.
سكان غزة بدل ما يصدمهم الإشي عم بيحتفلوا مع هيك وحوش بشرية.
سكان
غزة
the citizens of Gaza are celebrating instead of being horrified. Human beasts are dealt with accordingly. No electricity, no water, just damage. You wanted hell, you will get hell. Okay, bud.
I next address the 5th.
Okay, is it just... Okay, real quick aside. Is it normal for people to like edit their YouTube videos with just like no headphones or just like only using their like laptop speakers or some shit? Like, is that very normal? Because I feel like this is an issue for a lot of YouTubers that like they're just kind of guessing on like on volume levels. So like each clip is a whole other fucking volume. I don't know. I'm sorry. It just that hurts me just personally, and it feels like a slight towards me specifically, and like I don't appreciate it. You know?
Requested measure. This specifies types of acts to be regarded as deliberately inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about physical destruction. It seeks further impermissible...
This is a pretty cool wig. Out of all the wigs... Sorry, I'll rewind it to hear what he says. This wig is pretty interesting because it's got like little curls all in the middle, and then like the big normal curls are all like in a rounded fashion around the edge, you know what I mean? And not just like this way. Like, it's really interesting. It's like a circle of curls. It's really strange. Anyway, let's run it back.
بس دمار بدكم جهنم راح تحصلوا على جهنم.
And I now invite Mr. Christopher Staker to take the floor. You have the floor, sir.
I next address the fifth requested
What's up,
measure.
Lady B?
This specifies types of acts to be regarded as deliberately inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about physical destruction. It seeks further impermissible implied rulings on the merits. For instance, it refers to so-called expulsion and forced displacement of Palestinians from their homes. This is an apparent reference to Israel's practice of issuing calls for civilians to temporarily evacuate areas of intense hostilities, which is in fact a measure to mitigate harm to civilians. This measure thus seeks the court's ruling that evacuation calls amount to expulsion and forced displacement of Palestinians from their homes.
Just one small problem,
Oh my
as
God.
described by the
See?
Criminal
So
Tribunal for
loud.
Yugoslavia in the appeal judgment for Milomir Stakic. Although displacement for humanitarian reasons is justifiable in certain situations, the appeals chamber agrees with the prosecution that it is...
When I uploaded my conversation with Left Flank Vets to my YouTube, my own volume was much lower, so I had to boost the volume of every segment where I talked, not just normalize the entire segment, but cut into segments first, then normalize. I mean, good. Yeah, that's cool. You just have to slap a compressor on it. I mean, you should do both because you don't want to rely on the compressor depending on the differences in volume because it could really have some effects that are undesirable. But I would say you probably need a mixture of the two. That's cool though. I didn't know you did that, Forlorn.
Not justifiable where the humanitarian crisis that caused the displacement is itself the result of the accused's own unlawful activity. With regard to Bosnian Muslims, the displacement was involuntary, and that, to the extent it had a humanitarian purpose, this was only because of a humanitarian crisis that the appellant himself had deliberately caused.
As the authority
sounds similar,
responsible for international law advice to Israel's government and cabinet.
I was gonna say, Topo, I'm using the Frankerface's compressor right now, and I don't notice a huge volume differential, but also my headphones might suck. I'm also hitting it with a limiter on the I'm hearing audio a little bit different than you're hearing it, because I have a limiter on everything going out into my fucking slobs. So it could be a little bit better, but still, it's just annoying.
Test that in contending with these challenges, Israel remains committed to international...
I too like the audio. What's up, Reading Rap? What's up, Zarian? Cool, that was a speed run. That was a speed run. It's good. Chat, exclamation point watching in the chat. It will give you a link to this playlist that contains all of the videos that we've watched this evening and everything that we will be watching for the rest of the evening / morning. I do advise to go through and like and subscribe to the like smaller creators that we watch. Like we watch a lot of Al Jazeera, fucking Associated Press, Reuters, fucking those things. It's like whatever, you know what I mean? You like and subscribe if you want to. More so, you have access to the sources that we use for the stream. Like and subscribe definitely, obviously, to smaller creators like GDF, whose content we enjoy. I think that's a great way to end our politics content for the night and move into fucking fun shit. What do you say? I have this Jacobin piece because they should, but they like never do their YouTube videos. Usually they're pretty scuffed. So I thought it might be interesting to see what they got going on, how the United States rigged the global economy, but I also kind of don't really care, so I'm gonna go ahead and remove it. Let's do fun stuff though. Exclamation point watching, like I said, for all the fun stuff that we could get into. Why do I hear crackling? I have to troubleshoot some audio too, apparently. The fuck is going on? Anyway, chat, we have to run an ad break, like I said. But don't you worry, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed, you don't miss out on any of the fun stuff. Whoa. I think I'm having like little mini power outages. I don't know, something's going on. Anyway, but if you would like to support the stream and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you've got to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubscribed friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way, they may also be able to enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. We are currently at 15 out of 25 for the daily sub goal, just 10 away from hitting that sub goal. Thank you so much if you've supported already so far. But if you enjoy the content, if you enjoyed this stream and you would like to see it continue on full time, please do consider supporting in some way. That way we can actually make that happen. If you are unsubscribed, say hi in the chat. Maybe somebody will see you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. Okay, we're back. We're back. Where were we? Yo, Fellini, good morning. Good morning. Oh yeah, fun time. Oh my gosh, look at that. Minus 100 tofu coin. What's up, Raylan? Alright, I kind of don't care about the weekly roundup from Fantano. Dun 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 dun. Silly streamer is confused. You're not back. You're tofu. True. That's true. At least I get some tofu. I can't eat, and I got class in a few hours. Oh no, I hate that feeling. I hate that. Here to lurk? Hell yeah. Alright, let's see. Dun, dun, dun. Off to work, have a good day, Tofu in chat. Yo, have a good day at work. I hope it doesn't suck too much. Y'all ever be chilling with tofu and spreading your cheeks for your cougar poggy woggy mommy and the hot young twink cat boys, then suddenly discerned the celestial applause echoing through the metaphysical corridors, mirroring life's cosmic narrative as a contemplative journey and a canvas of profound questions as you embrace complexities as philosophical inquiries, each move reflecting the cosmic dance and the grand orchestration of life? Question mark. Okay, read and rap. Let's get you to bed. Okay. Yeah, whatever you say. I have great news I hope I can share. Over the weekend I came out as lesbian and was scared for nothing. Everyone I came out to was super supportive. That's awesome. Hell yeah. Congratulations. Fuck yeah. Proud of you. That's awesome. Oh shit, my bad. I meant to say good morning. Good morning, Read and Rap. I'm always thinking about that, to be honest. Yeah, to be honest, that's pretty real. That's very real. Let's look at this new Heinbach. Actually, look at this. Let's look at this. It's only 5 minutes, real quick. How to make an old TV channel type beat with Snap.
All right, guys. Today we're going to be cooking up one of those little ditties where you're pretty much hanging out, tossing a disc around, totally just twist your ankle real bad on one of the catches, and everybody starts making fun of you and just kicking you. And just dumping stuff on you. So you get home and you're just winding down the evening with some Arthur.
Some Arthur?
And,
dude, starring...
You know, it's not the biggest deal in the world. But somebody's kind of walking by your house, somebody from school, and they see it through the window and they take a picture. And so the next day you show up for school and you're kind of walking through the hallways. And everybody's kind of like snickering and...
Yo, the Johnny 48. Thank you so much for 3 months. I appreciate that. Welcome in. How's it going?
Okay.
Thank you.
And I need some kind of a weird synth.
Yeah, starring Steven Crowder. I realize now that I didn't finish that thought, but I'm glad you knew what I was saying. Chat, you know me so well. You knew what I was saying in my head, even. Damn. Okay, those 3 notes definitely are giving Arthur or like PBS vibes. Tofu, did you know about the Stream Elements fundraising efforts for the IDF? No? Sauce? Oh my god. Cancel Tofu for using Stream Elements? Fam, I'm finna cancel myself for using Stream Elements. Yeah, explain. What if it responded?
Now I'm gonna layer some stuff on top.
I wish he wouldn't make himself so small. I don't want to fucking see FL Studio, bro. I want to see your goofy ass.
I'm gonna put some bells, and if you think I'm not, you must be not feeling very well in the head, because I am. Okay.
Emily doesn't have COVID anymore. Okay. That's good. I'm glad Emily doesn't have COVID anymore. I had already decided to abstain from any Stream Elements sponsorships as their Israel office would be funding the IDF, at least in taxes. But I really appreciate Ella doing the legwork to see where the founders and directors' support lays. Okay, so when should we talk about the fact that the Stream Elements founders and directors are Zionists and genocide deniers? Ladies and gentlemen, the Israeli foreign minister, genocide. I will not meet with the UN Secretary General after the Reem Sherman is. I'm assuming this is one of is somebody from Stream Elements. How do you define genocide? Is it millions of dead Muslims by Iran, millions of dead Muslims by Assad, billions by the Turks, hundreds of thousands in Yemen, or is it 2,000 in Gaza after the war? Bro, that didn't age well. 1, 2, like, are you suggesting that, like, that killing people is bad? Like, why? What are both funny and right? It's a war, not genocide. The IDF could wipe out all of Gaza in 2 seconds. Oh my God. I love that argument. That's the funniest argument, where it's like, of course, how could it be a genocide when they could just fucking wipe them off the face of the fucking planet? But clearly they haven't done that. It's like, damn. Sure, dude. Okay. Both funny and right? I don't get, like, so this must be another person from, I'm assuming, from Stream Elements. Elier Talmud likes this. Bill Ackman demands Harvard take action. Okay, Bill Ackman bans. Yo, Stoudman, thank you for 16 months. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I know I've been here all night, but I hopped in bed, and now is when it gave me the sub notification.
Hey.
Tofu wiggle.
I appreciate that. Thanks for 16 months of support. I appreciate you. I will not meet with the UN Secretary General. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, okay, we already saw this. They posted this multiple times. Palestinian society is disgusting and toxic. Some of you will be upset when you read those words, but it is presently a disgustingly racist society. Oh my God, like Nazi Germany was, bro. This is so, oh my God. Denazification took place in Germany after the war. It was dude. Okay, sure, bud. Oh my God. All right, a bit of a thread incoming. Lol. I knew they had an office in Tel Aviv, so I was curious their social media profiles. And whilst I am against terror on both sides, ! There's not a single drop of empathy towards Gaza or Palestinians, quite the opposite. They are all big investors and board members in the Israel tech scene. So by having all your wealth dependencies there, I'm not surprised expressing sympathy and grief for the hostages is so valid. But what about this one-sided, pretty vengeful, violent BS? So are these investors? And or are they like leadership in Stream Elements? I'm kind of confused. Like Daron Neer. Side note, but one of the companies they heavily invested in is V, an AI-driven platform for non-profits, directly supporting orgs that are involved with things like heritage preservation and the IDF. Not surprised, but their CEO was previously in the IDF. The Stream Elements CEO? V or V.com. Electronic Warfare Commander. Damn. Proud of my company for taking a clear moral stand. Keynote Summit in Lisbon, I will not. CEO Paddy Cosgrave didn't see fit to express the horror or sickening atrocities committed by Hamas. I do not seek to deprive them of empathy towards the hostages and their families. It's a nuanced situation, but they purposely leave out the fact that Palestinians have been forcefully evicted from their homes and land over decades. Colonialism and genocide is ultimately summarized as a justified anti-terror. I ultimately would not want to support a company that enriches dudes who failed to understand this and sprinkle they deserve this agenda on top. I'm still kind of failing to see how Stream Elements is raising money for the IDF. I see that they're connected to people in Israel who are pro. I'm kind of confused. I'm not gonna lie. I have worked with Stream Elements for quite a while, as most of us, and the reps I was in touch with were nothing but great. This is not against them. This is about their questionable leadership and that I would not want to support them further if I'd still stream. Our advantage, we have the reach stream elements, attracts creators. Okay, what's this? Ultimately, we want to... actually, they really seem to love AI. I actually wasn't aware. They launched Stream Elements Chronos. I'm assuming Stream Elements Chronos in 2022, an AI to predict creator performance in marketing campaigns. They use creator data to train it. Fun fact. And maybe unrelated, but they also laid off 35% of staff from 2022 to 2023. We have the reach. Stream Elements attracts creators by providing free tools to help engage and monetize their audience. To date, we have 1.6 million creators across Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok who rely on our tools and features for their production, audience engagement, and monetization. By serving creators, we learned that our sponsors work best. Blah, 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 blah. Stream Elements. Okay. Industry leaders did warn that AI could... I'm still not seeing it. I'm not connecting any of the dots here. This seems kind of vague. I mean, if I can see something directly pointing Stream Elements giving money to the IDF, I'll absolutely stop using Stream Elements, because that would mean money that I'm making and any fees that they take, for example, is funding the IDF. And if I currently don't give them any of my data for any of those kind of like campaigns, as far as I know, there could be ways in which I'm sure there are ways in which they are, using my data for other things, or using my data that I don't realize. But I'm at this moment, I don't see the direct connection. Stream Elements went real quiet in chat. Hate that army, any definition word. I mean, that's a W of these. I remember Doodleburb and Gremlo talking about it. I'll have to talk to them and see what they came to, what conclusions they came to. It's not surprising that companies would be pro-USA and therefore pro-Israel. They have no financial ties to Palestinians. Money talk. Well, I mean, there are a lot of that was a funny photo. There's a lot of tech startups and a lot of software and a lot of tech stuff, just generally. They have a big tech market, I guess. Industry, I should say, not market. Industry. Well, whatever. Industry in Israel. So, I mean, there are things like, there are definitely apps and shit like that I'm sure a lot of us use or we don't realize was like designed in Israel or has something to do with Israel. I don't know. Yeah, if I'm able to see like a direct connection between my money that I generate and the IDF, like, yeah, I will definitely stop using Stream Elements. Tofu, on a lighter note, not related to genocide. They made music to get white people going. What do you mean not related to? Never mind. Oh, I recognize Celemony or what's this program? Fuck, I use it and I've used it a lot when I was doing like mixing for people. I think by Celemony, it's fucking the auto-tune fucking shit. I'm trying to remember the fucking name. I have it on my computer. Melodyne. Thank you, Celtic. Jesus Christ. This is FL's new tone? Oh, well, it looks a whole lot like Melodyne. How come there's no audio? This time it's not me, I promise. It's always you. I know, but not this time. I think you might have recorded it. Did you screenshot it with no audio? There should be audio from the get-go. Just downloaded. Try sending me the real link. I mean, I know that that never works. That's the reason why you send it like that. But maybe the real link will work. Yeah, this is. Wait. Oh my God. Wait. How come there's no audio here either now? Uh-oh. Oh my God, wait. What? Okay, I did hear some weird. I think I might be having my. Oh my God. BRB.